Alright, time for the Soviets. Okay, so, I would say that the Soviets are arguably the most, or at least the joint most important nation for a historical game in Hearts of Iron. Partially because they're the determining factor for whether or not the Axis win or lose, but also because you have to bear the full might of the German Reich at the height of its power, and the combined forces of the Axis. So there's a lot of pressure on you as the Soviets to do it right and win. So, your role. So I'll start off by talking about the Soviets' role. The Soviets' role is you are to essentially contain the Axis advance at the river line here for as long as you possibly can, until the Germans have either had their industry hampered so much by Allied bombing from the UK and the US that you actually are producing them, or that they waste their strength on you enough for you to push them, or you get so strong that you can overwhelm their strength. So that is your role as the Soviet. You are the punching bag of the game. So a lot is riding on you to not fuck up, which makes it a pretty hard country to actually play, because you have a massive army, massive industry, you've got a lot to do, and you've got to catch up very quickly. So that makes picking focuses extremely important, especially with with the Stalin Paranoia modifier. So I'll start off by doing the setup, which will get all the units together into a single general, and we will go ahead and do an area defense all around the Moscow area. And the reason we'll do this is because the Soviet supply is very weird. It's very bad in some areas, and you start off with 138 divisions. What we will do is we'll go onto the army general that I've just selected, the group, and we will double click the NKVD divisions, these ones here. The reason that is because we currently can't change them, so we don't want them to be in the actual army. And we will just also draw like a fallback line around the Moscow area for them to go to as well. Right, then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to research. You will start off with 4 research slots, and you can get about 5. I think you can get 6 total, but I think you can get 5 pretty easily. So the first research, of course, like any nation, is going to be the electronic mechanical engineering. Then it will be basic machine tools, and then construction 1. Now at this point as the Soviets, you can either decide to go with your final research slot with anti-air, anti-tank, rush down the artillery tree, or do something else. I tend to do the ends first. That's just a habit of mine. Although for this game, I will actually do I will either do anti-tank or anti-air first instead. I will mention from the beginning of the game, it is you probably want to consider this. Around about 1938, sometime between 1937 and 1938, it's kind of, I'm not exactly too sure on the exact time frame, the Czechoslovak Republic will give you a pop-up, and this pop-up will give you a decision. And when you take the decision, you will get 2 bonuses for this entire artillery tree that give a 2-year ahead of time debuff on the penalty. So, knowing that, depending on what you want to do as the Soviets, you can rush down the artillery tree and start researching this when it's like 230 days ahead of time, and then use the bonuses to get 1942 artillery, right, for the Soviets. You can do that. Or what you can do is you can actually kind of get up to the anti-air upgrade and the anti-tank upgrade and use both of the bonuses on anti-air 2 and anti-tank 2. And the reason why you might do this is so you're getting the better versions in production quicker, so you'll have more of them later on for your divisions. But also because with the anti-tank one, you can get the improved heavy cannon early, or the high velocity medium cannon early. Now you can also do something else which I may actually try doing this game in particular. I haven't actually done it, but it is viable. Instead of trying to rush for the artillery free for 1942, instead I'm going to try and get the 1943 anti-tank, which is going to require me to research at least this research before I get the pop-up, so I can get the bonus for these two. Now, the reason for this is because anti-tank 3 is, well, it's the best one that is from base game, so it's really good. But it gives something else. It gives us the advanced heavy cannon, which is a monster. And we're going to be building heavy tanks in this game, so we're going to want to go for this. If you're going for mediums or tank destroyers, medium tank destroyers, then the benefit of doing it this way as well is that you get the advanced high velocity cannon, which has 200 piercing and 45 hard attack, or you can just get the advanced medium cannon, which has a lot of breakthrough and soft attack. But I would recommend, as the Soviets, going for heavy tanks, or medium tank destroyers. And if you do medium tank destroyers, then of course you can do the high velocity. So, given that, we're going to go ahead and use our final research slot on anti-tank, and we're pretty much going to dedicate this slot to just powering through this as much as possible, till we get to at least this research, so we can get the bonus for this. So, we'll research that. Focuses. Okay, big thing. The Soviet focus tree is, it's quite big, and there's a lot you need to do. And the order at which you do things matters greatly. So, we'll start off by going over the quick overview of the industry side of the focus tree. So, the first thing you will need to do is, you will have the infrastructure effort, which will add a couple infrastructure and modify your poor railway networks debuff, which is quite bad. Then you have heavy industry, which gives you 2 Civs, which is nice. Then you have continue the 5-year plan, which you need more than 100 factories total up here for. And by doing this, you'll get 2 Civs, modify your poor railway networks a bit more as well, similar to how infrastructure effort does, and you'll gain access to a advisor. Over here you have mass immunizations, which you only need heavy industry to get, but by doing this you will gain a 100% research bonus for the field hospital tech, which is here. On top of that, you will also remove the risk of disease spirit, which only right now is monthly population minus 1%, but it will continuously get worse and you will lose bouts of civilians. You can rush this early, but it's also not too bad to leave it until later as well. Once you do continue the 5-year plan, you'll then branch off into a couple decisions. You will be able to improve the railway network again. This will completely, by this point, remove the poor railway networks. But it will also stop you from getting pop-ups at random that cost you increasing amounts of political power about railway slowdown. When those happen, you will get a debuff temporarily for about 30 to 90 days, somewhere in between there, which will give you some factory output debuffs as well. You'll have finished the 5-year plan, which you'll need 120 factories for, which will give you 2 Civs, 2 bonuses to construction technologies down here, and also it will modify your 5-year plan debuff spirit right now by increasing the efficiency growth of your production lines, but also taking away 5% of your consumer goods, which is good. It means 5% more of these factories freed up. It's not a consumer goods factor, it is straight up consumer goods, like going from civilian to early mob or partial war. On this side, you will be able to unlock, you'll have a mutually exclusive path of going for the national specialists or the foreign experts, and this will unlock these two. It will give you a choice between these two industrial concerns. Now, I will say this, foreign experts is a must. It is significantly better than the nationalist one. And the best part about these two is that these are not like any other industrial concerns where you just apply them and that's it. You can buff them. You can actually improve and upgrade these designers for your decision tree. Now, the bonuses that foreign experts gives over nationalist specialists is significantly better, so that's why we will be choosing this. So again, if you're gonna do this, do foreign, just don't do nationalists. Underneath the foreign experts, or regardless if you take the nationalist, you will be able to do develop the rules and also Eastern Development, which will give a couple tiny bit of resources, a couple civs and infrastructure, which is nice. So about 4 civs in total, and 4 lots of infrastructure. Then this is where you'll get another research slot, the USSR Academy of Sciences, and it'll also add on a spirit, giving you the USSR Academy of Sciences National Spirit, which will grant you 1% research speed extra. You will be able to upgrade that by getting this with the National Academies of Sciences. This will allow you to spend political power. I think it's about 50 per one, but you'll get about 10 decisions, 10 to 15 decisions, and each one will increase the National Spirit research percentage bonus by 1% per upgrade. And if you get it 10 times, I believe you can go down to the Soviet atomic project. You need 7, so you need to do it 7 times. I wouldn't recommend doing this until at least after the Operation Barbaros has already started. The only thing you'll really need to get to before Barb at this point would probably be social welfare, which gives you 5 stability and 10% factory output for 35 days. It's very nice. And the invest in engineering, which is okay, gives you a 50% bonus to electronics and a bit of efficiency cap, which is pretty nice. Back to the industry side, though, you will have increased state reserves. This gives you 1 fuel silo, which is negligible, but it gives you an extra resource efficiency gain of 10% as the 5-year plan.
Can I borrow your headphones?
Are you for real, man? I'm doing something. I don't have to cut that. Go on. Close the door, please. Yeah, close the door, man. Fucking hell. Alright, I'll just cut that. What was I saying? Yeah. Okay, so after finish the 5-year plan, you will have increased state reserves, which gives you a negligible fuel silo, which is nice, but it's not, it's just 1 fuel silo. But it will modify the 5-year plan, this spirit here, by giving you an extra 10% resource gain efficiency, which is the equivalent of one of these technologies. Now, normally for other countries that may seem like it's negligible, but as the Soviets, I can tell you now from this build order, we are going to need as much tungsten, as much aluminium, steel, and oil as we can possibly get. So, because our army is going to be that massive and our industry is going to be that intense, so we will need that. It'll also give you, then at this point you can do one of two choices to do. You can either do shift to armaments production, which will decrease your civilian factory construction speed by 5%, but buffing your military by 10%, giving you 1 military factory and 2 100% research bonuses for the infantry equipment but tax here. So this is pretty nice. And then after that you'll be able to do optimized production lines, which will give you an extra factory output of 2%, efficiency growth of 5%, and efficiency base of 5%, with 2 100% research bonuses for production. This one's nice as well. However, in this playthrough, we are going to be doing something different. We are going to be going for reorganize the PC of heavy industry. This one will give us minus 2% consumer goods factories, again, not a factor, so it's simply like changing your mobilization laws. And it will give us 1 civ, which is okay, and it will give us 2 research bonuses, one for electronics and industry. So this tree here, and then also this tree here. After that, we will be going to industrial modernization, which will increase our efficiency retention when we swap lines, production lines to another item, by 10%, and increase the cap again by another 5%, and even better, reduce the 2-year ahead of time penalty, the year ahead of time penalty by 2 years, and a 100% research bonus for another industry. So if we use all 3 100% research bonuses of industry, we can get from about concentrated concentrated or we're going to go dispersed for this particular game, but we can go from dispersed 3 or 4 all the way down to like dispersed 6 very quickly. At that point, you only have 3 more things to do in the industrial side. The first one is the steel casting industry, which gives you a further 5% dockyard and factory output, and reduces the a year ahead of time penalty and gives a 100% research boost for the assembly line production technology. So when you're going to research this tech, it is important to have had this one done before it, so you can at least get as much bonus from it as possible. It'll also give you 16 steel in 2 states, and give you 8 steel in 2 states for a total of 16, and also give you 2 civs, which again is nice. Oil production, this one is pretty nice as well. We're going to have an air force and army so big that and so fuel intensive that we will actually need as much oil as we can get as the Soviet Union. This will increase the amount of fuel that we get from refineries and the amount of synthetic oil we get from refineries by 5%, which is meaningless for us because we're not even going to do that. This will give us infrastructure and a fuel silo in... it will give us infrastructure in 7 states, which is nice. No, 10 states, sorry. And give us a fuel silo in 2 of them, which is okay. It will build a level 1 railway, who really cares? But it will give us 26 oil in Azerbaijan, and it will give us 2 oil in Dagestan, which is down here in these states already. This is the Azerbaijan one, and I believe this is the Dagestan. So this is getting an extra 2 base, and this is getting an extra 26, which means that when we bump up the infrastructure, this will multiply it, and it will also mean that once we get the excavation tax for extra fuel efficiency, and also this here, we'll get even more oil from it, and we're going to need it all. It is crucial that as the Soviets, you hold the oil fields in the south, in the Caucasus. If you lose this, you pretty much have lost. So, continuing on with the focus, this is as much as you're actually going to need to really do. I would not do the synthetic rubber technologies. It is not worth it. You simply will not have enough time before you go to war for it. I would recommend doing reorganize the PC of heavy industry, and I would do increased state reserves, steel casting industry, and oil production. So I would do everything in this side besides shift to armaments production and below, and synthetic rubber. It is important to know, though, that you need to do all of these before Germany declares war on you, or a major country, which in a historical sense would be Germany. Because if you do get declared war on by Germany, you will become, if you read the description of it, you will become permanently locked out of the focuses. So if I went to war with Germany at this point, everything beneath it would be locked out for me. I would never be able to do it for the rest of the game. So it's really bad, and it's important you get it done before Barbarossa. You have the Air Force side. So these ones are honestly, they're kind of okay. They're not the best, to be honest. We can avoid all of this until we're actually at war. The first one just increases a scout plane model, which we don't actually have access to. It doesn't. I have tried it. It does not apply to the airframe, so don't try to rush fighter 2s with it. Once you go to war with Finland, you bypass this anyway, so it's again, it's not actually necessary. The rest of these just simply modify your really bad Soviet Air Force debuffs and drastically improve them. You can, once you've gotten rid of them all, you can continuously get better and better ones as well. I would suggest, though, that if you were to do these focuses by the time you're at war with the Germans, that you would go down the increased aircraft production and ground support focus. The reason being is, 1, you decrease your production cost of planes by 5%, which is pretty good. But you also get an extra 10% ground support modifier for units in combat. Whereas the intensified pilot program, it gives us some nice debuffs away, but it increases our air fuel consumption by 10%, and since we're going to need all the oil we can get, this is not actually that good. And we're not going to be scrap bombing as Germany. That's going to be the Allies' role, as the Soviets. That's going to be the Allies' roles. So we won't be needing the long-range aircraft. The Navy side, okay, we're never touching this. Like, never. Just don't even bother. The next, we have our military research and our army debuff fixes. So we have two paths. We have found the PCDI, and then we have strengthen the mobilization plan. Found the PCDI, this will add us a spirit, which will give us a negative 10% efficiency retention and negative 5% efficiency growth. But what it will do is increase our efficiency cap by 5%. Now here's the thing about the Soviets. They're quite unique compared to other countries, because other countries, well, every other country will have a regular efficiency cap of 50 and round about 80 or 90% by like 1942 from Tex, right? But the Soviets, we get so many efficiency cap modifiers from our spirits that and our focuses that our efficiency cap, we're going to get around 125%. Hopefully around the time that Operation Barbarossa starts, and it's almost 1942. This means that we will have an extra 40 to 60, depending on the country, efficiency cap over other countries. An efficiency cap is insane because it effectively multiplies your factory output to determine how many things you get, how many items that your factory line constructs each day. So the Soviets will be able to produce as many aircraft of the same type as the Germans for half the factories. Maybe even more, because it will have twice as much efficiency cap almost. That's how powerful efficiency cap is. And you get a lot. So found the PCDI is very good, and that's actually going to be the first focus that we do. In fact, no, sorry. We're going to do civil heavy industry, my bad. Then we'll do the found the PCDI. From Founder PCDI, you'll be able to do the PC Mechanical Engineering, increasing our efficiency cap by a further 5% and giving us 2 research bonuses to motorized and infantry equipment and giving us 1 military factory. We will be doing this once we do the Founder PCDI, and then we will be going down the means to wage war. This will give us 2 75% bonuses for support companies, which is nice. We will be using those on the Maintenance 1 and Maintenance 2 to try and get easy maintenance as soon as possible. Then we will be, once we have researched the means to wage war, we'll be able to do the focus, the Leningrad Polytechnic Institute, which will give us an extra research slot. So this is where we're going to get our 5th research slot from, and this is where we're going to get our 6th research slot from. And that's all the research slots you will be getting. You will need, another reason why we will be doing the means to wage war is because this will unlock the focus for us to do later, called the development of Tankograd. This one is a very, very good focus to do. The development of Tankograd will, once complete, it will give you 10 military factories, which can be as much as an entire line of production for some things, as long as you have built 3 military factories in 10 separate states east of the Urals. So this means that if we build 3 military factories in these states east of these mountains, so like these states, as long as we build 3 in each and we do that focus, we will get 10 Civs total added in all for them, 1 in each. So it's very, very, very good to get, and we will be preparing for that at some point. Once you've researched the improved medium tank chassis, if you are going to do medium tanks, then you probably will want to, but in this game we are not. We're going to research that later on. You will unlock the means to wage war, which will just give you a T-34 variant and 2 bonuses for armor techs, which is it's kind of negligible, to be honest. But it will unlock something called the Soviet artillery, which is really good. This one will reduce the ahead of time penalty by 2 years and give you a 75% research bonus for 2 support artillery techs. So 2 of these technologies will be 2 years ahead of time. We will be researching this, we will be doing this focus around about 1942, so you can use it to try and get the 1945 artillery, or potentially the 1948 and 1945 anti-tank upgrades for the extra piercing and hard attack if you do tank destroyers or anti-tank. And then there's of course the Katyusha Sing, which is nice if you're going to build Katyushas, but we're not going to for this one. You will have merged the tank and material plants. What this will do is this will give you some unique decisions for some of your designers, and it will unlock these extra things. These are Soviet unique MIO bonuses. There's one for tanks, there is one for artillery, there is one for guns, and there is one for aircraft, and also navy, but we're not going to do navy. It is worth mentioning, though, that if you choose to do a particular bonus for one, it cannot be used on another. So, for example, if I was to do a 10% efficiency cap for infantry equipment, I could then not also do that same 10% efficiency cap for the artillery one. It would be locked. I would have to choose it for one. So you have to be careful with what you choose for these. Once you are at war, and you have once you're at war with Germany, and you have war economy, which we will have well before that, you will be able to do this one, which is a 70-day focus called Mass Tank Production, which will give you a spirit, reducing armor technology production cost by 10%. That is going to make us able to mass produce heavy tanks like crazy. Once you do found a PCDI, you will also have another option. You will also need strength for the mobilization plan, but you can do the military engineering university and sort of do these other focuses. These give you fortifications and entrenchment bonuses. These are kind of ones to do afterwards once you're at war. I wouldn't do these. You just don't do these whilst you're actually at war. Until you're actually at war. Don't do it before war. Lease British planes. Honestly, it's not really worth it. You're only going to get probably a couple hundred. The UK should realistically be lend-leasing you at least like 2,000 Spitfires or so anyway. Strengthen the mobilization plan. This will increase your mobilization speed and recruitable population factor by 3%, which is nice. And then you will have two options here: restore the Cossack units or cohesion first. I will do cohesion first every time. The reason being is because this boosts cavalry, and we're not going to make cavalry. It kind of sucks. This gives us more division organization, which is very nice. Then you will need to do Rehabilitated Military, which will further modify your Red Army debuff by giving you an extra further 5% organization for a total of 10 if you do both of those. And it will also give you a new spirit, Rehabilitated Military, giving you an extra reinforced rate of 2 and recovery rate of 10%. Then you'll be able to do military reorganization. Now, you cannot cancel this focus whilst you have it on. This focus, once you have it, it will give you a spirit called Military Reorganization. And this gives you organization regain and organization total debuffs, and eliminates all army XP gains for the duration of the focus. Once it is done, you then get a couple like infantry and army unit design cost reductions by 10%, which is kind of meaningless to be honest. But you need to do this to get the one beneath it, which is really good. This is the Modify the Red Army, and this will give you an entrenchment speed of 5%. It will give a damage reduction against enemy cast by 5%, and it will give you a max entrenchment of +5. It's not a percentage, it is a total increase of +5, and that is going to be super important for us when we are going to hold the river line. We're going to need as much defense modifiers as we can possibly get. Once you are at war with the Germans, you will be able to do you must do desperate measures as soon as possible. This will give you a spirit, increasing your mobilization speed and training time reduction by by 10% for an entire year, and it will unlock some decisions for the Great Patriotic War, like around up here. The reason why this is important is because this spirit will last for a year, and only once this spirit is gone for a year later will you then be able to do the Lessons of War, which will get rid of a wide variety of debuffs that you have for the Red Army, and will also increase it will also make sure that every general that you have loses the Cowed by Stalin trait. Cowed by Stalin is a debuff that generals will get when you do the Great Purge. And Cowed by Stalin will give your generals -2 attack and defense, and it will for every one that they have it, and it will also decrease the division recovery rate and reinforcement rate by 2%. If you will get quite a lot of generals with this, so you need to get rid of it as soon as possible. But you can only get rid of this if you do desperate measures and wait a year, which is why it's important to do this almost as soon as you go to war. You will also get some Order 227 decisions, which is no step back, of course, which is pretty nice. From here, you have quite a few options of what to do. You can do Adaptable Army, which will reduce the terrain penalty by 5%, which is quite good, and also some climatization factors and winter and heat attrition, which is pretty nice. You will also be able to do things like this, Organization of the Partisans, which will increase enemy resistance in occupied territories, which will be quite good for eating up their reinforcements, and also give you some decisions like Glory to the Partisan Heroes and Death to the Invaders. You'll be able to do you'll then be able to do the Keep Commissars organization, which will further benefit your politicized military debuff, and then of course Glory of the Red Army, which will give some nice ones as well. It will also unlock the tactic Masterful Blitz. If you can do Smersh here, which will give you an extra operative slot and some nice decisions for intel. Barrier Troops, which will increase army organization regain by 10%. And then Partisan Suppression, which will be pretty nice in giving you -25% damage to garrisons. So these are all pretty nice to get, but again, the vast majority of these you can't even get until you've at least gotten rid of Desperate Measures. Now we have the last two sections of the focus tree to do. We will be doing for historical the path of Marxism-Leninism, and we will be doing the center. And then this is where around about the time that Stalin's paranoia comes in. Stalin will have a paranoia meter that if it the more it increases, the higher chance that you will get random pop-ups that are requesting that you kill a random general or admiral or field marshal. Otherwise, it will cost you a lot of political power and increase paranoia even further if you decide to do it. And it's quite random if it's high enough, and it could be the admirals that aren't scripted to lose, ones that you actually want to have. So to stop this, you will need to keep your paranoia down as low as possible until you have gotten all the way down to here, the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyites, which gets rid of the paranoia completely. But here's the thing: you can't just beeline all these focuses in a straight line. Similar to the United States when it comes to the Federal Housing Act to get rid of the Great Depression debuffs, you have to wait 175 days in between each one of these major ones. So we will be going at the center, the Stalin Constitution, the Zinoviev Terrorist Center. Then we'll have to wait 175 days before we can do the Anti-Soviet Trotskyites Center. We can then do the Workers' Dictatorship straight away. Then we'll need to wait 175 days after this to do the Military Conspiracy, and then we'll have to wait a further 175 days before we do the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyites. Once we do this, we'll get rid of political paranoia. After the Military Conspiracy, we will unlock Behead the Snake, which will allow us to get an extra operative slot and get us to kill Trotsky, assassinate him in Mexico, which will get rid of this debuff here, which is -20% stability and -15% political power gain. Socialism in one country is nice to get. It will get you an extra 10% political power once you get it, and it will. It's only 35 days, and it gets rid of some political paranoia. Secure the administration. This reduces the cost of economy, conscription, and trade laws. These by 20%, and will also reduce some political paranoia as well. I would not recommend doing this until you have already bypassed. I would not recommend doing this until you've got nothing else left to do. Once you're already at war, or you are so desperately screwed on political paranoia and can't do any of the other ones in time. Otherwise, you just don't have enough time to do all the other focuses before you go to war. The collectivization process is okay. It reduces your stability and war support by 5%. It's not good to get this early on because we're going to need 50% war support to get war eco. It will increase the max factories in state by 10%, which is good. Give us 2 Civs, which is good, and reduce consumer goods factories by 2%, which is good. I would not do, past this point, centralization and discipline and war economy. I would never do these. War economy is actually really bad, this one here. This will give you 2 mills, which is nice, but that's the only benefit of it. This will give you war economy, but we'll realistically be on war economy within the first like 4 or 5 focuses. And this will give you a stability penalty of 10% if you're not at war. So it's pointless. Never do this. When you do the center, all of this stuff will sort of like go away. And you will unlock this little path here. Addressing internal affairs is very good. It will give us 10 stability for 35 days and 50 political power. The new Soviet woman will give us an extra 10% stability and 70 political power for another 35 days. Expand the agitprop, I'm not sure how you pronounce that. This will give us a bit of political power, but it will unlock us decisions that will pop up here to do propaganda campaigns. Propaganda campaigns will cost us some political power, but they will give us some very nice bonuses. We can get extra construction speed, we can get extra factory output, we can get extra defense and attack on core territory, reducing the amount of intel the enemy gets. There's tons that we can get, extra research speed, you name it. From here you then have 2 ways to go down. You can either do collectivist propaganda to get a very nice and juicy what's it called? Spirit, and some further propaganda campaigns. Social emulation, giving us a bit of extra efficiency growth and research speed, which is kind of meh for 70 days. Socialist realism, which will, the only thing that will be good on this is giving us a minus 8% factory consumer goods factory factor. Alternatively, you could do positive heroism, which will give you a lot better propaganda posters for extra, like, actual division attack stats. But it will also unlock, the actual the military high command guy, Konstantin Rokossovsky, which is this guy here. He is a armor genius and will give your armor divisions, an extra 15% attack and defense, which is going to be super useful for us when we have heavy tank divisions. You will have revive the Stakhanovia movement, which again, similar to socialist emulation, is quite bad. It's 70 days for just 3% factory output. It's nice, but it's 70 days. Then it's War Heroes, which will add to Spirit, giving you an extra 5% division organization, but will also then promote Ivan Konovev, Konstantin Rokossovsky, and Georgy Zhukov, all who are generals currently, and some of your best generals, these 4, and then we'll make them field marshals. So that's kind of a downside. And then at the bottom of that you will have the Patriarch of all Russia, giving you an extra 10% stability, and unlocks the political advisor Patriarch Sergei, giving us an extra 10% stability again, and division recovery rate of plus 10%. So just take into consideration all the bonuses that we can possibly get and stack them up. It is quite insane. Once we do the agitprop, we'll get the the Komsomol, which will give us 50 political power, but it will give us some nice decisions for the Agitprop, which will, and the best one there, I think, is Sweep the Scum Out, which gives us an extra, I think, 10% defense and 5% attack on core territory. And when we are, and the best part about this is that when we're on this line here, and the Germans have all this, when we push forward, we will literally be attacking on our own core territory, meaning we'll get the bonus when we're pushing, which is really good. Militarized schools will give every general an extra planning skill and give us an extra 0.4% recruitable population. Not a factor, but recruitable population, which is quite nice. We have a very big population at the end of this. The final bit of your focus tree as the Soviets is the external foreign policy side. You will have the Comintern, which will give you 50 political power for 35 days, and this will unlock two paths that we will be taking. One will be, as soon as the Spanish Civil War happens, we will be getting this one. Send military advisors to Spain. This will give us a national spirit, which will give us ticking 0.1 army XP per day for 1,090 days. So for the duration of the Spanish Civil War. This will go when the Spanish Civil War is over, so it's good to keep it going as long as possible. And if the Spanish Republicans lose and the Nationalists win, you will get a very nice Spanish general to join you in the Soviets. The only other thing that we will need to be doing is Baltic Security, and then the claims in the Baltic. This will give us the ability to send an ultimatum decision for 100 political power to the Baltic countries, and we will be able to just annex them: Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania. You can do Secure Leningrad, which will give you a decision to demand Karelia and then do the Winter War, but in the interest of trying to min-max the Soviet build, due to how important it is for the Soviet to be good, we won't be doing this focus, and instead we will be manually justifying on Finland in order to try and do it on time anyway. We will still be able to get the event for Demand Karelia doing it this way. And that's it. That's all you will realistically need to do as the Soviets. That is a lot. This probably been like 25 minutes going through it. But there's even more stuff like mass firearms production for minus 10%, cost reduction for infantry equipment, you know, like the road of life, which will give you like extra supply range and out of supply penalties and winter attrition bonuses for 2 years, which is pretty nice. So yeah, the Soviets have a lot to do. So we need that. This is why we need to be very careful with the ones that we actually have to pick. So to start off, like I said earlier on, we're going to pick the heavy industry, and that's the focus tree done. Now we can actually get on with it. We're going to go to our recruit deploy, reinforcements, upgrades, supplied trucks and operations, set that to max, and garrisons we're going to set down to the lowest. Then we're going to train some Storokovaya Divizia. Not sure, I probably butchered that, but it was a good attempt, I'd say. And we're going to train 48 divisions, and we're going to train that for 4 times. Then we're going to go to our production tab, and what we're going to do is we're going to set we're going to set 20 factories for infantry equipment for the purpose of organization. We're going to get rid of the basic light tank, and we're going to get rid of the improved light tank, and get rid of the interwar medium tank. Then what we're going to do is we're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom, and we're going to get rid of every single plane line that we've got going on right now, which will be about 10 factories-ish. Okay, now we are going to go ahead and start making some civilian trains. We are going to put 2 factories on trains. We now are going to put 8 factories on support equipment. We are going to put 5 on artillery, and we are going to put an extra 1 on trucks. In fact, no, we'll do 3 on trucks, and we'll just put our support equipment on 10. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to assign MIOs to the lines of production. And as for the Navy, we're going to reduce... We're going to get rid of the out-of-date early hull ships. We're going to let this submarine finish and put it down to 1. And we're going to finish the destroyers that we are currently doing. I wouldn't worry about designers for these. At this point, as the Soviets, you are going to, if you're going to get lend-leased by America and the UK, you are going to need, and I'm talking at least a minimum of 3,000 convoys. So we are just going to start producing convoys from the very beginning, straight away. We will eventually change this, and we will potentially make some submarines to convoy raid the Axis powers in the Black Sea, and potentially also the upper Baltic Sea. The lower Baltic Sea will be bad to do it because it is a shallow sea, so submarine visibility is 100% extra, whereas the Baltic Sea is the fjords and archipelagos, which gives us, for other ships at the very bottom, a visibility minus 20%, which means that we can actually convoy raid in here using extra fuel nicely with subs, but we will do it very badly over here. And once the Soviets push up, they will actually start getting supplied from Riga if they take it, and so on, and Estonia. So this will be quite important for us to convoy raid. We can also go through the Onelet Canal, and we can actually convoy raid in the Barents Sea and try and convoy raid the Norwegian areas as well for the Germans. So we can convoy raid quite a bit. It's not going to be the biggest focus, but it does help to do it. Okay, as for construction, what we are going to do is, so there's two ways to go about it as the Soviets. You can either build some infrastructure. So there's two ways to do it. You can either build infrastructure in these two states here to get it to 100%, and then stack civs on this one, using the 100% research. But the reason why we would build infrastructure here is because the factory size is the state size is 6 versus the surrounding ones, which are like 2, 4, and maybe 5. There's one up here is also 6, but as you can see, it already has 3 factories built onto it. Whereas if we do it these ones, we get the most factories. We can get the most factories being constructed for the most benefit of infrastructure on these two ones. Alternatively, what you could do is you could just build infrastructure on Moscow, Stalingrad, and maybe Leningrad as well, because they are already 80%, and that will just get it to 100 straight away. But the issue is that these places have already been highly built up, but they are high capacity states, so that you will gain even more slots when you do your industry techs, which give you an extra max factories in state of 20%. So there's a decision to do. You can either build up Leningrad, Stalingrad, and Moscow for free infrastructure, or you can invest 5 infrastructure into these two and build up in these instead. For the purpose of this video, I will be doing it in these states, so I can produce, I can construct less. I'm going to build Moscow first and Stalingrad, and I'm going to build civilian factories in Stalingrad and Moscow, and I'm going to bring the Leningrad infrastructure down so that I can start making those civs as soon as these infrastructure here above are actually done, then do the Leningrad. By the time I finish this, I will then have done a tech which will give me factory slots to be able to build in Leningrad. So that's going to be the initial civilian and infrastructure setup for the construction. Now we will need to get rid of our air force, which we will have, and I'm talking literally thousands of planes. So we are going to get all of our planes together, and we're going to put them all onto Moscow. And the reason why we're not getting rid of them and then selling them like we would do with other countries is because the Soviets don't actually have market access with basically any countries. We can get market access with other countries if we spend political power to improve relations, but that's not worth it for us. We need all that political power. So we're going to build up these planes, we're going to keep these planes, we're going to train them to power up our air experience. Combine all the navies. We're going to combine them all into the first one with the dark blue colour. And we are simply going to put them all in Leningrad for now, and we will maybe split them up between Leningrad and the Black Sea. And that is the Soviet setup so far. We are now going to unpause the game and play. Okay, at the start of the game you'll get this. You'll be able to provide assistance to Mongolia or abandon Mongolia. This will cost you 25 political power and you'll guarantee Mongolia's independence. This will cost you 10 political power, and you will abandon Mongolia. But here's the thing, there is another part to this, and we will explain it then. So we're going to pick abandon Mongolia because it's cheaper, and then it will come up with another pop-up where it will say these terms are acceptable, and this will gain us 20 political power. So we will have effectively just gained 10 political power from that, which is pretty nice. Right, first focus done, heavy industry. We are now going to go and do found the PCDI. Let's listen to some better music. Now let's bring okay, so this is some of the pop-ups that I was talking about. So you will get these pop-ups from the poor railway networks, and you will continuously get them, and it will cost more and more political power, last for longer, and the consequences will be more devastating until you do this focus. Okay, don't want to be in situations like this, where you're building the infrastructure in the state that you're also building up buildings in as well. In this case, it will almost done, so we might as well. But I would tend to swap them over to ones that already are 100%, so I'm just getting the absolute maximum amount. Okay, next focus that we're going to do is we're going to do the PC of Mechanical Engineering. We will gain a military factory from this, and we will put that military factory onto trains. Mechanical computing. Okay, so this comes up. Iosif Stalin is concerned about factionism. This is now where your paranoia will come into effect. This is the political paranoia tree. So you will gain 2% political paranoia extra every week. This will increase to 3% at some point, and then later on you will lose this guy, the head of the NKVD, and you will have Nikolai Yezhov, who will increase it by an extra 2. So by that point in the game, you'll be getting 4 a week, which is really bad, and that's when you want to get rid of it as quick as you can. You will get some decisions here to spend some political power to get rid of it. You can use the forward satisfactory production reports, which we will use at some point, because it will only use 4 consumer goods factories factor for 4%, and decreases it by 20%. All of our planes are in Moscow, so now this is where we will need to start separating them. We'll put 1,700 planes onto Leningrad, the 2000 airport. We will take the 300 at the bottom, and we'll put that in Sevastopol. We will take the 680 planes here, and we will put them in the 1,000 next to Kharkov. We'll take the 600 and put it in the 800 airbase in Urel, underneath Moscow. We will select the 4,600, press Merge Air Wings, or shortcut G. You will then press S to half, and then we will put them into Kiev, and we'll take the other 2,000, and we will half it 3 times until we get to 300, and put them in a random 400 airbase. We'll then go to the Kiev airbase, and we will press S again, and we will put it in this 1,600 one above Kiev. And now all of our planes are in airbases that aren't overstacked. We will then select these planes, and we are not going to shift click, we are just going to press pilot exercises. These are going to continuously train and break down, but they will gain us a lot of air XP. Okay, disease outbreaks reported. This is down to the risk of disease that I was talking about earlier on. So we are going to press this and ignore it for now. I've just got some upgrades for the MIOs, so I've just remembered I didn't do that at the setup. So here's the MIO setup. So go to the flag and go to the material designer. We are going to do the artillery designer first. We are going to do efficiency gain. We are going to do gun mass production, big guns, superchargers, rapid fire, mobile limbers, hydraulic recoil system, sliding breech block, sorry, lightweight barrels, and then we are going to do, now you can choose what to do here, whichever one. I am going to choose to do the advanced anti-air targeting, so we can shoot down more of the enemy CAS. Infantry equipment, we will do reinforced stocks, advanced barrel forging, mass rifle production, drum pattern sights, quality materials, and we will do improved small arms bullet design. Then we will do small semi-auto rifles, medium machine guns production, heavy anti-armor ammunition, vehicle mounted capabilities, and then we will do anti-vehicle landmines. For the Mitishkvi building machine building plant, the tank refurbishment plant thing, what we're going to do is we're going to use this for support equipment first off. So what we will do is the plant tech exchange, the 24-hour rotation shifts, then we will do standardized secondary armament, mass small arms ammunition production, then we will do long distance train escort, barrels of hell, and then that's pretty much it. We will just leave it at that. We will just queue up the rest, just because we don't want to get the pop-ups. We don't really care about that. Gas for the automotive manufacturer. First thing we're going to do is composite cargo bed for -5% production cost on motorized. Then we're going to do the closed chassis for the mechanized, bulletproof panels. We will do light frame projectors, landmine racks, side-mounted medium machine guns, armored pulpit mount, and then heavy-mounted machine gun. Then we will do all-wheel drive. Then we will do attached wooden gas generator. For the aircraft, we are going to use the MiG Design Bureau. And for MiG, we are going to go to the production side and do expand production facilities, fixed tail wheels, removable wings. Then we will do advanced aerodynamics, liquid-cooled engines, ongoing development upgrades, heavier frame, fighter specialization, fighter expertise. We will do fuselage ordnance rack, and then we will do maritime duties. For the tanks, we are going to use Kirov, the heavy tank designer. We are going to go with one-piece hull side coverings. Then we will do wide tracks. Then we will do simplified transmission system, fully cast turret, simplified layout, high explosive shells, sloping armor, reinforced construction, improved engine output, and then finally fire extinguishers. And that is all we are going to do for now. So we shall leave that. In fact, no. We will do the tactical, multi-role tactical bomber one as well, just in case we decide to actually do that for CAS later on. So what we will do for this is we will do fixed material construction. We will do narrow build. Then we will do reinforced wing braces. Then we will do expanded cockpit. Then we will do extra machine guns, refined engines, streamlined fuselage. Then we will do adaptable build. Then we will do, in fact we can leave that yeah. Then we can just kind of like select the random ones because we don't really care. Okay. Then we are going to research the ends, and we're going to assign a line of production for the anti-tank, and we're going to put on 5 factories. You can do concentrated, but I'm going to do dispersed. So I will do dispersed 1. Keep an eye on your political paranoia. We have just spawned in 48 divisions. There are 17. I will add them to the 120 and move the thing to Moscow because I've put them further up at the top for some reason. Точно. We will now do the means to wage war. Improved machine tools. And adjust the construction line so that the nearest one built is up at the top. We will do the Leningrad Polytechnic Institute for the research slot, and we will do forge satisfactory reports for 25 political power. Spanish Civil War. We will double click on all of our mountaineer divisions and we will bring them into one army. We will right click on Spain and check how many we can send, which is 6, and we will select 6 and send the 6 over to Spain with some air wing volunteers. They will accept, and we will move over our air wings straight away. We can send 3. What we are going to do is we are going to stop training on our planes. We're going to stop training the heavy bombers, the naval patrol bombers, and the medium bombers. We're going to unpause, check our fuel. We're still losing fuel per day. We will stop 1,500 of the CAS. We are still losing fuel. We will stop a further 1,000. And we are still losing fuel. We will stop another 2,000. And now we are gaining fuel. What we will do is we will click the Merge Air Wings. We will select 2 close air support wings. and we will send them to Madrid. And we will select one of the fighter. We will merge all the fighter wings, and we will select one from the fighter wings and send them to Madrid. And then we will unpause. Turkey seizes control of the Bosphorus. We will mobilize the armed forces immediately for 5% war support. Okay, our 6 divisions have arrived in Spain. We will change the cohesion of the units to balanced. We will assign Alexander Yevgorov to the division, and at this point you can either give them, with your field marshals, you can decide to give them defense, like unyielding defender, and the defense doctrine to give them extra defense, which will be pretty nice. I'm going to give them the offense doctrine and then unyielding defender for Alexander Yevgorov. I then assign, and here's what we're going to do in Spain for the strategy. We are going to use the Spanish Civil War to level up as many generals as we possibly can to get them to infantry leader. If we get them to infantry leader, we can then choose to do infantry expert or ambusher. We will be choosing ambusher because it will increase max entrenchment by 5%, which is quite nice and will be very useful for us when we're trying to hold the line. So, I will not pick the big generals, because they're going to be for the big tank divisions. So I will pick Nikolai Vatatin, because I know he doesn't go away in the purges. I wouldn't do Iona Yakir. He gets purged. So Nikolai Yatatin will be our first one. We will check the provinces in the Spanish Civil War. Okay, none of them would actually be gone yet. We'll take advantage of this encirclement here, and we will attack it from 3 directions. And we will set up all of our air wings on air superiority, then close air support, then logistic strikes, and then we will attack southern Iberia. We will turn it down to 3 speed, because that is 4 speed, because that is roughly what it would be. In fact, no, we'll keep it at 5. We'll keep it at 5. Keep an eye on our paranoia. It is at 16%. Okay, that encirclement is dead, so we are now going to... So, usually what happens in the Spanish Civil War is this state here loses the unplanned offensive debuff first. The unplanned offensive is very bad. It reduces your division attack by 90%, ground support and division speed by 75%, as well as your ground attack factor by 75%, and also just nerfs in half your organization regain. So you will want to attack in division in areas where that doesn't have it, which will be this one for this in this case. So we're going to go straight into the center of this. Now, against a player, that would be risky for an encirclement, but we are not against a player, so we don't have to. In fact, let's do better, and let's not attack over the river, and just push straight in. We can just attack straight away, because we don't necessarily need to worry about too much. Just have them push forward. And when he gets there, he can go attack this. Polytechnic Institute is done. We are now going to start. At this point, our political paranoia is at 24%, and we can't do any more decisions to get rid of it. We will not be able to do this for the forged production, satisfactory production reports for another 180 days once it's done. So we will now need to do the path of Marxism-Leninism, which will reduce it by 10. And with our next research slot, we will research construction 2. Продолжаем атаку. British Lime. Zirpatim Jayur. We have 150 political power. Now, this is a point where it comes up to where you have a judgment. You can hang on and hope out that you will get 50% war support in the near future. But I have done Soviet playthroughs where I have not gotten an extra 4% war support for another year. So for the purpose of that, I am going to just go partial mobilization, simply because of the fact that it is entirely possible I might not get enough for war economy for quite a while. So I will do partial mob. And if we check our construction, we can see that this one is about to be finished and we will need to start making some new factories. So what I will do is I will make some military factories, because we have a line of anti-tank that we've got that we need to start producing in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bump up our artillery line to 6 factories, and I'm going to bump the same up to our anti-tank 6 as well. So we will need to produce 6 new military factories. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to produce 3 in this state and 3 in this state. And the reason why I'm doing in these states is because I'm going to need to build military factories in these states at some point anyway, for, if we remember, the development of Tankograd. So I'll get 2 of those states out of the way now, and then also get my production lineup of anti-tank. In fact, we're building, yeah, we'll build 6. So, okay. We have new divisions, so put them in the main army. And we will keep an eye out on our divisions in Spain. Okay, you will randomly get bonuses, pop-ups like this. Conspiracy in the Academy. These happen when your political paranoia breaches these thresholds. This one has already been breached at 30%. So it says here, if paranoia value increases over 25, random purge events may occur. These types of purge events are actually pretty nice. If you get conspiracy in the Navy or the Air Force or the Academy, these are actually good ones to get, because these, you can click this here, which will give you a debuff to support unit research, which should be quite bad, but it gets rid of 10 paranoia. So we can go down to 20, whilst we're still going to get rid of another 10 in the focus. Then we will do Dispersed V. And we will then research the anti-air one. Okay, this general is infantry leader. You need to keep an eye out of this at the bottom, that little plus. He's a ambusher now. We will now select a completely different general. We are going to select Boris Shapanovic. Shapanovic? I don't know how you pronounce it. But we're going to select him. Now, when you're outside of these states, attacks can take quite a while, like they are now. So it's probably best to keep an eye out on which ones have actually not got it anymore, and then relocate to those ones, or where your line's weakest, which seems to be up here at the moment. But we'll continue to push through here and try and get this encirclement. Right. Got to keep an eye out for situations like this too, where you have 4 units moving into this one. They will be encircled. There's two ways to encircle them. Situations like this, I select 4 and I press S to half, and then I simply press H. And if I really want to, I can send the weakest one to a completely different location to kind of spread out a bit so I have more room to move. Now we will do the center. And we will support attack with the final division elsewhere. Just bring in the front line. We'll try and cut these guys off completely. Can our air support even reach this? Doesn't look like it. We will go ahead and do that. Keep an eye on our construction. Alright, we almost are going to be done with a line. We will put some more civilian factories on Moscow and Stalingrad. Okay, we cannot push this city anymore. We're going to stop attacking that and try and go over. And of course we can now attack it, that's great. The center is done. We will now go check our paranoia. It is 14%, which is quite manageable. So now we will do socialism in one country. And I'll actually no, sorry, we're going to do the Comintern. We want to get the Spanish Civil War ticking XP as soon as possible. We have over 70 army experience, so what we're going to do is we are going to put on bold attack so we get an extra level up on our generals for attack when they level up. Ends is done. We will now research. Aircraft engines free with MiG. And we will research. We will also research Maintenance Company 1. Our brigs worsen. Check out our paranoia, 22%. Now our paranoia is getting a bit high, so now we will research socialism in one country to reduce it by 10, and it is only 35 days, so we'll get it done quicker. We will now get, let's see. We will now get the, wait, is that an army defense? It is, no, we'll not get that. We'll get, we'll save up for revolutionary mines. You can get revolutionary mines for the extra 10% research speed, which is going to be pretty good. Or you can get Mikhail Kalinin for the 15% extra stability. You can get the Nikolai Yezhov for the captain of industry. You could go for secular institutions for 5% research speed, or you can go for someone that'll give you army XP. Do not get Iona, Yakir, or some of the other ones. I'd either go with Alexander Yevgorov or Simeon Timoshenko. Those are the only ones I'd really go for. You could make an argument that this one's probably better to go for at the moment, but I am going to go for revolutionary mines for the research speed. So I'd like to get my fighters researched and that quickly, and my tanks. Okay, anti-air is done. We will now research ahead of time the anti-tank upgrade 1. It is well ahead of time, but again, as I said earlier on, we are trying to get the advanced, the 1943 anti-tank before, like, to be able to research it before 1938. Advisor accused of treason. Okay, these ones are very nice to get. But these can be pretty risky. So our political paranoia is at 32%, so we've now just gotten a random event. This one will reduce our political power by 30, which is get rid of it all. But also, we have to look at who it's getting rid of. This is getting rid of an anti-Stalinist propagandist, which we don't actually need, so this is good. Okay, our general is leveled up, so is our field marshal. We will put the field marshal on charismatic, and we will swap out the general for another one. And we will put this, we will get, the next general we will pick will be Leonid Govorov. Socialism in one country is done. We will now do send military advisors to Spain. And we will pick revolutionary minds. More railway slowdowns. I will say though, this strategy will be it will be a lot harder to pull off in a game against a German player, because realistically the German and Italians will also be here, so you will need to keep checking out in Spain where they're actually going to try and counteract them. Okay, we have 160 air XP, which means we can now do some air doctrines. It will cost 120 for the Soviets due to the debuffs. So we will go with formation flying under battlefield support, and we will just need 7 to 8 more to get the industry liaisons to get an extra 15% research speed for aircraft. I'm going to stop attacking over the river, pressing H. I'm going to delete this front line altogether, and I'm going to quickly check to see where else. Oh, we can actually do it down here. There's no planning. There's none of that. I will send the full divisions all the way around so that we're not attacking over a river and that we can just push in. I am going to tech juggle anti-tank with this research slot down here. Maintenance 1. I will research. I'll research. No, I won't. I'll wait till the dispersed is done. Okay, I will now research Dispersed V with this slot, and I will use this slot to tech juggle Dispersed V, and I'll use this slot to disperse anti-tank 1. I am going to do the Stalin Constitution and Industry Liaisons. I will update my industries. I will put a couple more civs on Moscow. I'll do 2 more on Moscow, and I'll do 1 more on Stalingrad. And I will do 1 more on Leningrad. In fact, I'll do 2 more on Leningrad. I'll be able to upgrade my Doctrine, Pocket Defense. Right, another thing you should keep an eye out for the Spanish Civil War is your planes will be terrible, and the Axis will most likely have much better planes up. Your air wings will get absolutely shafted like mine have, so you will need to go to your planes, and you will need to delete some air wings from the fighters, and then also from the close air support to allow some reserves for your planes to actually get reinforcements, like so, and then fight at full strength. Okay, we've finished off that pocket. Now we will check somewhere else in the Spanish Civil War to see if there is any available areas. Okay, so up here and here, so we will send our divisions here, and we will just try and go to Zaragoza. I've just realized I've probably wasted a bit of time on this, so I'm now going to go to computing machine with the Tech Juggle. I've probably wasted about maybe 10-15 days on this. Tech Juggle for anti-tank and Tech Juggle for Dispersed V. We will do oil processing. And we will check our Paranoia, which is 28%. We will do forged satisfactory reports to get it down 20, and then this Stalin Constitution will break it down to 0. And we will move the Wings from southern Spain up to Madrid and attack the northern Iberia. We will now do the Xenoviite Terrorist Centre. Alright, we're not going to fight the German divisions head on. We are instead going to go around them. And our guy is now an ambusher, so we will now swap him out for the next general, which will be Philip Golikov, which I think is Flicker. Update our industry once more. It is May 1937. What we will do is we'll put one more Civ on Moscow, one more on Leningrad, and then we will just switch over to mills now. So now we will put 1, 2, 3 on this state. We will do 3 here. We will do 3 here. And we will do 3 up here. That is going to be 7 done. And we will do 3 down here in this state as well. So 1, 2, 3. In fact, I don't know if that counts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, it's 6, sorry. 6 states done. So we will do... We'll do the 20% one. Fuck it. I'd rather not, but... So that will be, what, 5. So we'll be up to 7 now. So we will have done 7 out of 10 states in the Far East for development of Tankograd. We will attack here. Actually, no, we will get planning. We will press that. Oh, we've already got a front line. Stupid. Check the planning. Planning is up, and we will attack. First Moscow trial done. Now we will research addressing internal affairs, and we will put on a chief of army. We will do Simeon Timoshenko for the army reformer for a bit extra XP gain. Our manpower is down to 0 because we're now training a new lot of divisions. So, for the purpose of the Spanish Civil War, I will cancel a bunch of these divisions to get back manpower, so that we can continue to get reinforcements, and I will simply top that up. Okay, we're going to stop attacking there. Build up our planning again. Planning's back up, and we will continue the attack again. We're attacking over a river, where? What? Oh my god, the river literally starts there. Okay, never mind, we're gonna go down. to here. Ah, never mind. We have a big breach in the south. Spanish gold reserves. We will seize them always. Okay, we need to turn this situation around because the Spanish AI in the south has fucked up for us. So we're going to go down now and save them. And we will once again encircle all of this down here. I think the Germans are down there too. We'll have to manually retreat out of that tile. And we will strap deploy. We will then move the aircraft down into southern Iberia. Check out on our Paranoia. Yeah, we're good. We will now do the new Soviet woman. And we will push through this way. Where's the rest of our divisions? They're under attack. And we will split off our divisions. Okay, nice. Now we will reassign all of our divisions down here, and we will finish off this encirclement. Okay, those German ones are actually encircled. We'll go for them first. We will now research basic rubber plant. And we will send these divisions down here to finish off the enemy divisions. We have 120. We will now do defense in depth. Split off half of them to go attack another one as we move in. Make sure we have a front line, battle plan so we can get some planning. We will now do anti-tank 2. And we'll finish off these Germans. Boom, and they're dead. We will now save Madrid. And move far. It's probably best. We'll do it here. Check out our Paranoia, 20%. We will now do. What do we do here? Let's go ahead and do mass immunizations. And we have 180 political power. We will spend 150 of it on Mikhail Kalinin for 15% stability. This will now get us up to about 70% stability, which will give us more factories and give us more factory output and more political power. Because now we are over 50%. We will attack here and try to push through to Madrid. These two will fight there and then attack Madrid. He will attack here in Toledo. Go around. Taking back Madrid. Now we can move our airplanes back onto Madrid. Get the full air efficiency for the region. And there we go. We've now turned it around a bit. Now we're just going to push further into nationalist territory. Go towards Salamanca. It is worth noting that around about this time, as the US, they will probably be trading with you for For chromium, currently in this game, no one is trading any chromium for me, but the US in my playthroughs, I end up trading around somewhere between 7 to 15 or 16 civs, depending on the year, with the Soviets for chromium. Other countries at the moment are trading with me for steel and oil. These countries, the only countries that are actually player countries that would be in like a proper historical game with us is Germany for oil, which I do trade with from the Soviets. And yeah, that's basically it. So the Soviets actually would get even more civs from like normally in our games. We'll attack here and get this supply hub out the way. Military conspiracy in academy, let's check. 30% again, this is good. We will go ahead and pick that. Get that down. Alright, now we have 3 military factories. So now we will start researching our anti-air, and we will put 6 factories on anti-air. Mass immunizations is done. We will now do infrastructure effort. For our next 150 political power pick, we will be picking war economy. And we will finish the 5-year plan. It's at this point in the game that you will actually get... So if we evaluate the situation currently, this is our line of production, which is pretty good. We're about to get even more factories by going onto war economy, by increasing the construction speed for mills, and also taking 5% off consumer goods. We're going to get 2 more civilian factories from this as it is, and then we're going to unlock this and get an extra 5% consumer goods factories off of this. So we're going to be raking in civs and get a massive industry. Our next general here, though, is now an ambusher, so we will take him off and go to the next general, which will be... we will pick Vasily Kuznetsov. $120 for the next Doctrine. We will go with... we're going to go with mass mobilization with the People's Army. We will click this symbol to get rid of these, and we're not going to pick any of them, just so we know for certain when we actually get the upgrade for him. I'm going to go ahead and close my door actually, so if I can just a second. Okay, and we are back. We'll continue playing. Check out our Air Force. We still under strength and air wings, but we got green air, so it's fine. Manpower is still going down because we're training more and more. Okay, see. This is one of those really bad scenarios because we're over 25%. This is what I was talking about. See, this is pretty bad because we, at this point in the game, we can either... So, Semyon Timoshenko is accusing Boris Shaposhenevich with... So, basically, our military advisor, our chief of army, is accusing one of our generals, one of the last generals I just powered up, this guy here, with he's accusing him. So now I have the decision to either kill this guy, someone I've leveled up to ambusher, right? and purge goes down by 20. Or I click this. This is a transparent ploy by Simeon Timoshenko to save his own skin, which gets rid of this guy instead. Or I leave without the verdict, which takes 60 political power off of me and increases the purge by the paranoia by 35, which will bump it up quite a lot. In this particular case, so it's situations as that you kind of have to think. Is it worth sacrificing this guy over my advisor who's giving me taking XP? Got to think about it in the long run. Personally, I'm going to get rid of this guy. Simply because of the fact that I at some point will change him anyway to someone better, like this guy, who may even give me defense, as opposed to ticking army XP gain. So, this general, there isn't too long left in this war. I have leveled them up quite a bit, so I am just going to get rid of the advisor, unfortunately. It's a bit of a tough pill to swallow, but I will change him at some point. I could change him now, but I'm one away from war eco, you see. So, we will, yeah, swallow that pill and just kill the advisor. We're on 150, so war eco. And at our industry, we're about to have available factories. So I will now go over and I'll start thinking about extra factories to put down. So I'm going to build here for 2. And I'm going to build 8 here, and I'll build 1 more there. So that was a lot of mills. Зарпатим жайо. Протор прагнон. Зарпатим жайор. Zerbatim Jayor. Silly Russian. Let's yeah, let's get some. Let's change the music. Yeah. Let's go with Heroes of Vajukin. Rubber plant done. We will now research. We're actually going to tech juggle for this for artillery anti-tank 3. Anti-tank 2, sorry. The reason why we're going to do that is because if we can get this done quick, it's almost 1938, so about some point in 1938 we're going to get the pop-up for these. We want to get this one done and start researching this so that we can use the bonuses for these two. Our guy is now an ambusher already. We will swap him out for a different general. And we're going to put on Yakov Cherevidenko. God, these fucking Russians' names. Okay, I could push up here and finish the Civil War quicker. I would recommend doing that against players, but I am trying to XP farm in this particular instance. So I will go ahead and rush through. Let's check out our paranoia. 23%. That's not good. Alright, now we have 3 military factories. So what we're going to do is we are going to bump up our anti-tank and our anti-air to 10 factories each, drag the artillery down, and put the artillery on 10 factories as well. Finish the 5-year plan is done. We will now do the Anti-Trotskyiite Centre for 35 days. Computing machine is done. We will also research the advanced machine tools here. And then we will do the workers' dictatorship. Check out our attack juggle. And we will swap it over for... We'll do tank armor 1 with Kirov. Swap that over, and then we will do anti-tank 2 here. Zerbatim Jayor! We'll kill the Italian volunteers. Okay. We will go ahead and fight this salient over here. And move the planes over here as well. We notice our planes start to go down, so we will take some more off of here so we can expand the air wings a bit. We'll also check in with Spain to see if we can send more volunteers. No, we actually are overcapped technically. Alright, we have 100 political power now, so we will put on our... Oh, we'll do divisions. I don't know actually if we get rid of this guy. I'm going to play it safe and go with Alexander Yevgorov for the defense guy, because I don't know if that speed guy gets purged actually. I don't even recall seeing him in the game. Anti-saboteur campaign, that's good. I will build a agency now. You can build one a lot sooner. It's just I'm particularly choosing to do one now. Alright, we're gonna have some available factories, so now I will start producing some more mills. Do not build mills further inland towards the border because you will just lose them. $120 XP. We will now need to do the infantry offensive. This massively increases recovery rate. We will want to try and get down to the human wave offensive because it reduces combat width of infantry by 0.4, which is nice, but then also increases recruitable population by 5% and increases in reinforcement rate by 15, which is insane. It's such a strong... Alright. Our guys ambusher, so now we go on to the next one. We will do Nikolai Bezerin. Our field marshal has now leveled up twice, so we are going to leave him and change him over to a different field marshal, and we will pick Grigory Kulik, and we will give him offensive doctrine. The reason why we're not picking any of the other ones is because they will get purged. Right, Zaragoza is open, so we will run for it. And we will condense the line. Aircraft engines 3 done. We will now start researching improved small airframe. Dispersed 3 is also done. We will now research business interests. Armor protection done. We will now research improved armor protection with Kirov. Zaragoza, go for that. We will attack the forests over there. Workers' dictatorship is done. We will now do improved railway network, so we can stop getting debuffs. We will fix this line because we cannot push, so we will send our troops there and here, and we will attack to keep them in place. And we can't put our planes in a better position, so we'll just leave them there. Okay, anti-tank 2 is done. We will now just start researching this. So this is fine now. So we're researching this. So at some point when we get the pop-up, we can apply it to these two and get this. That's a lot of divisions. We can change over this now, but I'm actually going to wait until we get this done first. Business interests before we swap it over. Just so we can keep as much efficiency as possible. Yeah, we'll actually stop attacking. In fact, what we'll do is we will just attack in here. Just kill this. 150 air XP, we will do dive bombing. Our field marshal's leveled up again. I will do unyielding defender. Move over here and get some more encirclements. We have a spy up. I will now put a spy. Let's see, can we get a German one that has infiltrator? Nope, nope, nope. Okay, the only German one we've got is this guy at the bottom. So we're going to go ahead and pick him. And what we will do is we will put a spy and we'll put him in Mexico City. In Mexico. Yeah. What we will now do is we will now improve relations with the United States, because we are going to go for foreign experts next, so that we can start upgrading. Oh man. I can't get rid of this. A field marshal and no, I have to do this. I have to do this. Oh, that's so bad. That's so bad. Yikes, that's so bad. So now our political paranoia is 60. We're gonna have to choose this to try and get it down. You know what? Scratch that plan. We're going to stop improving relations with the United States because we can't afford the political power and downtime. Oh, that's such a bad pill to swallow. Okay. I will now put 12 factories on all of the support equipment. We are not only going to need a lot of support equipment, but we're going to need to be able to keep making more as well. Okay, so at this point we will go with... We'll finish the 5-year plan. And here is the Czechoslovakian license production. So we will now click go ahead, and we will now be able to research this in 100 days afterwards, and then after that 100 days we can get anti-tank free, which will be insane. Finish off that encirclement, push over the river, go there. This general is now an ambusher. We can now swap him out for the next one, and we will go with Andrei Yezhov. Looks like the guy from Enemy at the Gates, doesn't he? The one, Comrade Commissar. Stretch. Okay, we have a big breakout on the left. We will need to go contain that at some point. We are now going to research. What are we going to research here? We'll research easy maintenance too. And we've got another spy. We will give... Can we get another German one? Yeah. And we will put the spy in Berlin. I will delete a couple lines of units so that we can get some reinforcements. Okay, so now this is where we will have this is where we're going to get our good old friend Nikolai Yezhov. So we will now be getting very big upticks in political paranoia. Okay, we've got 100 political paranoia. I'm not going to risk it, so what I am going to do is I'm going to do inspection in the Navy to get rid of 10% because our political paranoia situation right now is actually pretty bad. Infantry Expert for Andrei. Now we will go with Kirill Moskalenko. Guy looks really depressed, but we'll get him anyway. And we will finish off the Salamanca encirclement. We'll get these divisions out of there. Oh, perfect. Shipyards purged, and boom, we're back down to 0. See, at this point, we would actually be able to have enough political power for that fucking designer, but you know, he lost a lot. I will now 120 go down to large front offensive. We just need one more to get the one we need. That will sort out our manpower issues for life. Now we are going to bump it up to 14 for the support weapons. And now we will do the military conspiracy. We will go to the Zaragoza front. And then we will increase our support equipment to 14 as well. And bring that further down. Okay, so that is the generals done. Now we should do Behead the Snake. In fact, let's do the Adjutop. Yeah, let's do the Adjutop. Our Field Marshal has leveled up again to level 4. We will give him... We'll give him reinforce rate. Okay, Spain's done. Okay, nice. Now let's sort out our army again. Oh, you're joking. So we lost our guy anyway. Oh, man. Okay, I might have made a mistake picking him. Yeah, okay, I might have made a mistake. Oh, it does say actually, yeah. Okay, yeah, we're not gonna pick him next time because he goes. Okay, now we're gonna research heavy tank, improved heavy tank chassis. And we will do... we will research heavy machine guns with MiG. We will pick the Survivor for 50 because we literally don't have a fucking field marshal. And we'll check our... Okay, we will accomplish a high yield. And we will pick Behead the Snake. And we will also pick Inspection in the Administration. We will pick here. We will pick Construction Free. And we will max out these mills. Disloyalty and the NVKD. Aha! Amazing. So this is actually really good. So because I did in advanced inspection into the administration, I got the event where I get rid of this guy who's giving me an extra 2 paranoia a week. So I click him, I lose out on 30 political paranoia, but he... Oh, never mind, it just gets him instead. Ah, never mind. That's unfortunate. Oh well, at least I got rid of the 30. Okay, now we will change... We will add our mountaineers back into the group of 7. And we will change the NVKD divisions into infantry divisions, and we will put them back into the main army. And we will change all the divisions in the main army into infantry divisions as well. We have 3 military factories. We will put... we will queue up on small arms, infantry equipment. We will queue up 50 factories. At this point now, we don't need to put any more factories on any of these. We've got plenty, so we will just save them up on infantry equipment until we're ready to swap them out for something else. We have 100 days away before we can do the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyites, so we're going to do foreign experts at this point because we need to. I will now start improving relations with the United States. And I will start building some more. I'll queue up some more civs for the Far East. So let's see, how many have we done? We've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Have we done 7? Yeah, 7. We've only done 7 there. Okay, so we will do 8. This will be 9, and this will be 10. And then we're done. In fact, we'll drag these ones up to the top as well, so we can get them done quickly for development of Tankograd. We've now done Behead the Snake, so now what we need to do is we need to assassinate Trotsky with our guy that is in Mexico. Heavy aircraft machine gun. We will now do range improvements, and we will get another spy and put him. We'll do another German spy, and we will put him in Germany too. We almost have 100% intel on Germany, which is good. When it gets 100, we will just cap it off. Okay, foreign experts. We are now going to choose this designer, and we are going to unpause, let a day tick, and we will pick Bring American Experts because this will give us efficiency cap of 10% and modify that. We will then go and cancel our relations with the United States, and then we will go back to the focuses, and we need to pick a 70-day focus. So we will do reorganize the PC of heavy industry. Japanese provocation at the border. Honestly, I don't really care. Just ignore it. Who is Simeon Baduni? Simeon. Let's just go ahead and search him up. Simeon Baduni. Okay, we can get rid of this guy because we haven't leveled him up. So we will do a transparent ploy by him. Okay, yeah, so we'll just do that just because we're not gonna level. We haven't leveled that field marshal up, which is fine. Now we will research. Now we will research mechanized. And we will do inspection in the Navy again, just to get our paranoia down. We do not need admirals unless you're trying to go for a Soviet Navy gameplay. Okay, yeah, Admiral Sergei Gorshovkov or whatever, we'll just get rid of him, man. We don't need him. As soon as this focus is done, we can then do the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyites, and then we will be done with all of the political paranoia stuff. Thank fucking God. Range improvements done. Now we will research. You know, we'll research fuel refining too. Japanese victory, yeah, that's fine. Forge production reports. Oh yeah, our Germany agents, forgot. So we'll let that agent die. We've got 100% intel on Germany now. So that's fine. And now we've got our small, our Fighter 2 frame. Okay, we will let a day tick over, and we will do rights of Trotskyites, Bloc of Rights and Trotskyites. There we go. Now we will research. Now we will research Dispersed V, and we will design our fighters. We will put on 4 times heavy machine guns, 3 of them, 1 engine free, and we will do fuel tanks, extra fuel tanks for the lag-free fighter. We will now put on 30 factories, and we will put down our guns down to 20. We will now need to start trading with the UK for rubber. Okay, now we can start doing improved anti-tank upgrade 1. We've got our mechanized. We will now research third 5-year plan. Yeah. Okay, we will research. We will research. Don't know what to research now, actually. Oh, we'll research heavy bombs, and we'll do that with Illusion, whatever. Get the mechanized going, and we will put 10 factories on that, and put it underneath our fighters. Anti-saboteur campaign, amazing. Love it when they sabotage. I actually do, because we get rid of stuff. Okay, now we need to do our... So, now we can either do specialized in military industry for extra 5% output and mill speed, but instead we're going to go with specialized in civilian industry so we can get extra extra consumer goods factor down so we can get more mills constructed. Okay, we're now going to put and build 3 rubber refineries on Moscow. We're going to queue up some more military factories around the place. Then we will put another rubber refinery on Stalingrad and another 3 on Leningrad. Then we will queue up some more mills. The third Moscow trial. Boom, done. Okay. Now we can do some of this stuff. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do now is we're going to develop the Urals and try and get down to that next research slot. Bum, 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 bum. Check out how long it will take us to declare war in Finland. Okay, 250 days. So what we're going to do now, it is 1939 May. We are going to declare war. We're going to justify war on Finland, which will cost us 50 political power. It's going to take us 250 days, so it will take us around about that time to get to historical date. We're going to train up our divisions. Trade for some more rubber with the UK. And we are now going to start researching anti-tank free. If we go to our artillery designer, we can actually increase the research speed by another 20% with the policies. Same thing with our infantry equipment. We can do the same thing. So now they research 20% faster, which is good. Now we're going to do Eastern Development. Now we are going to do the USSR Academy of Sciences, and we are going to max out the infrastructure in the Northern Urals because it has a lot of aluminium, and we will put that to the top of the queue because now we're starting to run out of aluminium. Heavy bombs is done. We will now start researching we'll now start researching artillery. Interwar artillery. Non-aggression pact with Turkey. We will accomplish a high yield again. We will research anti-air upgrade. We will sign the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Trotsky is dead. And we will do we will pick a we will go down to limited conscription in a minute. Okay, and heavy tank is done. We will now research PC mechanical engineering. We'll research flexible rail networks, and we will improve the research speed of it as well by experimental machine, yeah, experimental teams. We will now select the human wave offensive. And we will select an air advisor. We will choose Konstantin Vershinin for the ground support. That's our manpower issue resolved. We are now going to research. We are now going to research social welfare. And with the next research slot, we shall research. We'll research construction 4. We will now design the heavy tank. In fact, we'll wait till that's done. We will check how long it takes to do... Okay, so we're halfway there to Finland. Okay, anti-tank 3 done. We will now research... what are we going to research? We will research railway artillery. We will not change over our anti-tank until we have done Dispersed 4, which is only in 52 days. We will develop the heavy tank instead. So, torsion bar, diesel engine, heavy turret, 3-man. We will pick the advanced heavy cannon. We will choose basic radio, easy maintenance. We can't even do that. Okay, we'll wait until we've done the Finland War. Anti-air 2. Artillery 2. We will trade for 2 mils with the UK temporarily because it's getting quite low. We will research steel casting industry. We will trade for some more aluminium. And we will train 48 more divisions. Okay, we are just going to start getting ready for the Winter War. So we will select 24 units from there. Boom, bada, bada, boom. Going for the trained ones first. And we will select 3 of them. And we will put them under a field marshal. We will select Kilibent Voroshilov, and we will choose the offensive doctrine. And we'll set him to balanced cohesion. Field Marshal front line over here. We are going to do very little into the Finnish border. A new front line over here going towards Helsinki, and we will tap tab twice to get it to this front line. And we will select these 24, hold control, and assign them to this front line. We will assign generals to the army. We will assign generals that aren't ambushes, so we will select Nikander Chibisov. We will choose Maxim Purkayev. And we will choose Vasily Sokolovsky. We will go to our Air Force and we will stop training all of our planes. And we will redeploy our new fighters, 500 of them, to be fighting over Finland, and we will select 1,200. We'll select the 1,100, well 200 CAS down there, and we will assign them over Finland. And we will select 600 of the CAS on Moscow, and we will select them to be in East Karelia. Germany honors the pact. Now we have some of Poland. Good. We'll trade some more rubber from the UK. And we have done Dispersed 4, so now we will research Dispersed 5, and we will swap over our anti-tank to anti-tank 3. We've now done Artillery 2, we will research Artillery and Upgrade. And let's check our stockpiles of artillery. We're at 16,000, that's fine. We will switch over to 1936 artillery. We will need to update our trade with the UK because they are losing rubber, so now we will trade with British Malaya. We'll put an extra rubber factory on Stalingrad, sorry, and we will top off our current ones that we're building in. We will now research Excavation 1 and Excavation 2. We will go to Limited Conscription and we will put a new spy on Germany. We will just pick an infiltrator. In fact, we will put him on Romania instead. Now we will research Cost Plus. And we will put 40 factories onto our fighters. And change over our anti-air to anti-air 2. And then also start constructing some railway guns. We'll put 4 factories on that and we will put it to the top. We will take 4 factories off of guns for that and leave it at that. We will now trade 8 tungsten from the US. We will now research, we will now do the development of Tankograd, and we will design our heavy tank if we can. Oh, easy maintenance is 4, okay. Fuel drum. And diesel engine. Okay, we will start producing this tank, but we will make some changes to it in a moment. So we will get the Kirov, the KV-1 heavy tank, and we will put 40 factories onto it, and we will put it just below the fighter. We will... we won't do anything actually, we'll leave that as it is. We'll now declare war on Finland. Let's just double check to make sure it isn't going to join the fucking allies or whatever. Okay, great, and then we will go ahead and fight it out. We will now research our we will now research assembly line production and start microing a bit in Finland. I want to gain a bit of XP to edit our templates, so we're just gonna fight a little bit rather than kill Finland straight away. We'll also level up our field marshal, so we will put him on unyielding defender, and we will need to trade some more aluminium with the UK. Okay, now we will edit our heavy tank, max out the engine and the armor. We'll get around 100 XP before we stop. If this is a player, I would suggest that you try and kill as many divisions as possible. We'll now train more divisions from more infantry. Okay, we've got about 70, that's fine, and we'll do concessions with Finland. This guy is now adaptable, so we will leave him as he is, and boom, we will delete all that order. Now what we will do is we will draw a fallback line, and we will, in fact, we won't, we will just kind of have our guys be around here, like that. trade for some more aluminium. And now we will update some more of our construction. So we will build some more factories on the 60% tiles, like so. And even down here, we will we'll build some in Tashkent. Look at this. Boom. 10 factories. Right, now after that we will do Baltic Security. We will need to trade more tungsten with the US and more aluminium with the UK. We will now need to look for some aluminium sources in our own country, as well as tungsten. So let's see, where can we get some aluminium? Some good chunks of aluminium. Could do that one. 36 here, okay. So we're gonna build this up for the extra 16 aluminium, so that would be Bratsk. So we're trading less away. We have 48 new divisions. Okay, so what we'll do is we will put those under this field marshal now. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to our infantry division, and our division width will be 14.4. We're going to get it to... let's see actually. 60. Okay, so if we can get it, yeah. In fact, let's get it up to 16 width. We're gonna get up to 16 width and then change it over. Then we are going to do excavation. No, we're gonna do radio. We're going to do we're going to do engineer 2. We could start upgrading our agency. In fact, no, let's not do that. Let's rely on a UK player to do the intel. Do excavation 3. Update our trades with the UK. We'll get rid of Malaya first, so our ally player on the UK can benefit. And we shall research now. We'll research military rail networks. We will research claims in the Baltic. No, man. Abströmt och det schneit, ob die Sonne uns lagt. Der Tag gliden heiß, Reis galt die Nacht. We will research, we'll research a couple extra, we'll research 11 more mountaineer divisions. Zum Sturm Wind dahin, dum bum 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 bum. Gentierger Siegto do fro. Accomplish a high yield. trade with US. Sie Panzer im Sturmwind dahin, mit Donner und Motoren geschwind. Loosen prohibitions in the military academies. Feinde Tegen und Panzer geschießt. Expend aluminium in Leningrad and expand the Kamensk aluminium plant. Wir allein, wir allein. So streusen wie tief in die feindlichen Reihen. We'll do accept the Soviet treaty, the German treaty. In Kampf steht wird allein, Streus. Adjust trade again. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Can I get a KV with a bigger cannon? Yeah, like that. Okay. Schwarz ist der Haselnuss, schwarz ist Obisch. Adjust trade again. Cost plus done. We will now research. We will now research improved artillery upgrade 2. We will now also upgrade Balakovo for the tungsten. We will okay, radio is almost done, so we will just save it for signal companies. Okay. Claims in Baltic done. We will now research. We'll now research industrialization, modernization, and we will do claims in the Baltic. Submit ultimatum to the Baltic countries. We will now train up some more. We'll now train up 96 more infantry divisions. And we'll do 2 orders of that. In fact, no, we'll do 9. We will train up 120. And we will do radio detection and signal company. Oh, are you serious? Latvia didn't want to do it. Alright, I'll just console command Latvia because that's realistically what would happen anyway. Okay. Now we can update our trades to get no aluminium off the UK and get more tungsten off of the US. Hello? Yeah, there we go. I've got the Baltic countries factories. We will now be producing a massive amount of tanks. 48 more divisions. We'll put them under a field marshal. Okay. We're going to change revolutionary minds to cultural norms in a minute. Okay, change cultural norms. Doing 19 a day now. See, look at this. We're on 40 factories for fighters, and we're producing 19 a day at 76 production efficiency, and our cap is 115 currently. And we're going to get another 5 cap from here. We can get another 5 cap from there. We can get another 5 cap from where? Somewhere. One of these, I think, does it. So yeah, we're going to get an insane amount. We'll research fuel refining 3. No. Actually. We'll research Mech 2. Close down political paranoia. Okay, now we will start sorting out our armies. Oh, one of them's mountaineers. Right, now what we will do is we will delete the current order for the main field marshal, and we will draw down a frontline order going there for him. For the second field marshal, we will do, in fact, it will go from Riga next to Vitebsk, and then we will do the second guy from Vitebsk all the way down to just north of Kiev, and then the final guy we will draw one going from Kiev back behind it through the front line to the forests next of it. In fact, no, we'll just do this. Yeah, we'll just do this. And we'll go through drop back through the town. Like this. And then all our divisions will go spread out along this line. We will get the Mountaineers, and okay, so we'll get the Mountaineers for... We will use the Mountaineers for in the case that the Axis push through El Alamein, go through Iraq, and then actually can threaten up here. If they can do that, then our Mountaineers will need to hold this line as much as they can. If that does happen, then you would need to train two armies of Mountaineers. At the moment, we've only got one to hold that. But for now, all I'm going to do with these Mountaineers is I'm just going to hold the ports. Just going to hold the ports in case there's a mass naval invasion from here and they want to go this way. We need to update our trades, so we will now need to go and trade more with Malaya. We have 17 there we go. So all the Mountaineer division's done. Now we can start assigning our artillery. Now I tend to change the railway guns to the first armies of each one, and then the second, and then the second of each one. What did we even just do then? I didn't even get to see. Oh, industrial modernization. Now we need to do oil production. And then we will need to do... then we will need to research... logistics company. We'll need to go to MIG, and then we will need to... we'll need to... Right, you could either go with vertical integration, so you'd have to put less resources on them, which is a perfectly fine way to doing it, but I'm going to go with modular assembly. And we might as well upgrade our air design as well. So let's compare the two then. So we're producing 20.96 a day. Okay, so it doesn't really change it that much, did it? Okay. That's fine. Okay, now we will need to make our tank divisions. We need to start getting them out now. So, I will change this to Battle of Wuhan, fuck it. Bum, bum. No, this one. War of Resistance. Bum, 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 bum. This will be our tank division. We will put an anti-air. We will have a engineer company, because if you look at the forest and marsh and river, we'll actually get some quite decent bonuses from it. You could do support, not support light tank, armored light tank, armored company if you want to get extra hard attack, but I'm not going to do that actually. I will do, I'll actually be doing motorized. And then, no, we'll take out the motorized actually. We'll have signal. Yeah, signal, hospital, and logistics. Okay, so that's our tank division. And we will need to now produce a bunch of them. Right, so let's produce 12 and 1. Alright, let's see how long it'll take us to get them. Mechanized, it's going to take us 1,000 certain days, and okay, tanks, it's okay. So in a situation like this, clearly we're lacking more on mech now than we are tanks, so we're going to go ahead and swap it over to mech real quick. Get some factories on that. We'll research hospitals. Okay, we are running out, we are using up our factories now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to research, not research, we're going to build some more mills. We're going to build it in the decent infrastructure areas first. We'll leave the 100% areas for rubber refineries, because we will need to build more. Who the hell is sending me stuff, man? Okay. Alright. So we'll build those factories there. Back in a second. Okay. And we are almost ready for Bob. Just check Discord a second. Nice one, Divine, Fatty. Okay. Let's check and have a look when our divisions will be done. Okay, November, great. What we will do is we'll cut back on a bunch of the tank divisions, just so we can actually get one out. Not one, but a couple out. We will do ground support, and we will do centralized control. We will also go to one of... Okay, we'll also assign the generals to the line as well, I forgot. So for the guy in the middle, he's going to need the strongest field marshal, so we will go with Alexander Yevgorov. And we will... We'll actually give him entrenchment speed 50%, because if you think... The logic behind that is, if they do break through your line, you then want your units to entrench themselves very quickly, so that they can stop the breakthrough completely. Right, generals, we'll try and put some of the better generals in the guy in the center, so we will go with Leonid Govorov. We will do Philip we'll just call him Flicker. Yakov Cherevenko, whatever his fucking name is. We will do Andrei Vizolov. And we shall do Kryl Moskalenko. For the guy in the south, we will go ahead and do Kirill Merostorov. Then we will do Nikolai Barazarin. And we will do Nikolai Valetin. And we will do Boris Johnson down there. For this guy here, we will do Vasily Kuznetsov. And then for this guy, we will do Alexander Vyselensky. And then for this guy, we will do him, Makian Popov. Okay, so why can't I click this? He will be that. Okay, what we'll do now is we'll train up these units so they are full XP, and make sure to put every single field marshal to balanced cohesion, and be sure to double motorization priority all of them. We have a big train stockpile. Okay, that's good. We can actually take off a factory off of trains, because we're at the point now where we need to. We've got a big train stockpile. Now we will need to start researching some better guns. Yeah, better guns. We're going to put 14 factories on mechanized. Let's just double check and see how long it's going to take us. 230 something days. This is going to be 59. Okay, yeah. So 2 months we're going to get what? Almost 1,000 heavy tanks, which is insane. We need to trade for some more rubber, which means we need to start queuing up some more rubber refineries on the 100% infrastructure areas around the place that we've built. And yeah, so those two, we'll put them further up. We will also, once these 2 top factories are down, we're going to go ahead and build some supply hubs as well. So we're most likely going to lose this supply hub and this supply hub as well. You have to think about it, right? If these 2 supply hubs go and they're gone, we would either be getting our supply from here, which isn't even connected to anything, here or here. So we need to build one about here, somewhere in the middle. Sumi, right? So we're going to build up one supply hub there, and we're going to put it... we're just going to build it... Not actually there. Let's build it like one more back, right? Let's build it there, and then once these 2 are done, we will drag that one up, and let's build a second one Let's build a second one here on Slamensk, because we're going to need another one there as well. Because if we lose that, then it's either this or this. We could build another one up here too, but it should be fine. Okay, so let's wait until they're done. Okay, now we're going to put one up. We might as well put the second one up, yeah. So we're going to, so how long does it take? So February. So it's going to take until February to build those 2 supply hubs. Our oil production. Now we're going to do increased state reserves to get the extra 10% resource efficiency gain, and that should be the last one we will do before we go to war with the Germans. So we don't need to do any of that, and then we will need to start pushing down to here to get rid of military organization. Once we get once we, in fact, we can spend some political power now, and we can do transport as the sibling of the Red Army, because this will give us a 15% bonus to supply and railway construction. And in fact, what we're going to do now is we're going to leave our construction of mills, and we're now going to start upgrading some railways. So what we're going to do is we're going to upgrade this railway to max level, so hold shift control on that, and then we will do the same for, no, we will do it from here to here, so it's cheaper, like we have to upgrade less rail. And we will research decimetric radar there. Okay, so these divisions are spawning in. Okay, so we have 120 new divisions now. So this guy needs 2 more, so we'll take 2 from him and let them go there. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take a full 24, and what we're going to do is we're going to put these guys on some fallback lines here and here, and then we'll put one more like this, and in fact we'll drag that one back a bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to hold shift, select 20, so 24 go there. We're going to press S and put 12 here, and then we're going to press S again and put 6 here. So this has 6, 2 per tile, this has 6, 2 per tile, and then this has 12. This is going to be for Finland, these guys are. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over here in the new theatre, and we're going to change it to Finland front, and then we'll just call this the German front. Okay, so these 24 are going to go over there, and then what we're going to do is we're going to select another 24, put them in an army, and put them over here, and these guys are going to be port garrisons. So we will go ahead and put them in some naval bases all around the shebang. We won't need to put them there because we've got mountaineers there. Okay, so that should be enough port garrisons. Then we will need to go back over here to these, and these guys are going to be reserves. These are reserve lines. So we're going to put 24, another 24, and then we'll just train up 2 more. Okay. Okay, yeah, so this is going to be our 4th Field Marshal. Same thing. Let's promote him, just because we can. And we will give this guy, we'll give him an aggressive doctrine. So this guy... oh wait, I've just realised those are Mountaineers. We'll put the Mountaineers on the Finnish front as well. Okay. So this guy is essentially going to be a sort of like reserve army. So we will have... We'll put these guys sort of behind here. We'll put these 24 sort of around here as well. We're going to do it in the tiles behind the line. And then these 24, these guys are going to go also behind there. Yeah, kind of like that. So essentially what we're doing is we're just creating a second layer of infantry to kind of hold the line. What we can do actually is, right, yeah, in fact, so what we're going to do now is we are going to go to our infantry. Let me change the song. Shatter the Empires. So we're going to go to our infantry, and this is going to be our regular infantry template. We're going to change the name, the symbol, sorry, and we're going to add on engineer companies and check. Yeah, we have a lot of support equipment for that. Then we're going to change it to anti-air, put on some anti-tank, and then... Oh, we don't have any XP for that. Okay, so we can fit all that. We're not going to change it just yet, actually. We're going to let these divisions train up. And, in fact, what we'll do is we'll make... Tell you what. Start again. We'll duplicate. We will make another infantry template. And we will make these guys 24 width. In fact, we're going to make him 30 width. Can we make him 30 width? 30 something width, okay. We will let these guys be 28 width. And we're going to call these reserves. Okay. And we'll give him this and we'll make him this. So these guys, these are our reserve divisions. And we're going to make all these guys reserve divisions. Oh, almost deleted them in. We're going to make them all reserve. Okay. And we will go ahead and start upgrading support. We will now cancel all those planes orders up there. We'll start getting our... Right, we're going to get all the old planes that we have, and we're going to throw them all onto this airbase all the way out the way. We're going to go to Moscow, and we're going to start deploying our fighters. So we're going to deploy 2,000 fighters in Moscow, and we're going to hold shift and train them up. We're going to go deploy, we're going to deploy another 1,500 into Leningrad with the existing 500, and we're going to put them onto exercise and holding shift again. We're going to go to Kiev, and we're going to go and select another 1,200 there, and we're going to train them. And we're going to check our tungsten trade. And we're going to go with strengthen the mobilization plan. 150 political power. We're going to put on the Iron Lazar guy because he's going to give us some extra fuel and a little bit extra speed boost for these construction lines. Okay, now we need to update. We need to upgrade our rail lines again. So we're going to upgrade this one to level 5, sorry. Go to the top. Okay, Logistics is done. We're going to research logistics company again. Okay, what we're going to do to the infantry is we're going to add in engineer companies. We're going to manually train the armies just for a little bit before we add in everything else because we need XP. Quite desperately as well. Okay, we're going to research Small Arms 39. Check our railway. Okay, now we're going to upgrade this to level 5. And we're going to break it off here. And sorry. Now we're going to... In fact, we're going to break it off here to go like this. We'll cancel that. Trade with the US again. Cohesion first. Right, we're gonna make Philip Golikov a infantry specialist, and we're going to assign him here for an extra 10% defense, because he's the highest level one as well. Okay, now our factories are fine for the moment, so what we're gonna do is we're going to build up some air bases and radar. So we're going to build a level 1 radar here and drag it up. We're going to build a level 1 radar here. In fact, no, not there. We will build it. In fact, yeah, let's build it here in this 80% one. Okay. No, actually, because then it'll go to the Germans. You have to think about where it's placed and realistically where you hold it. So I'm going to place this one... I'm going to place this one here in Sumy. I'm also going to... I'm going to upgrade this airbase to maximum. And I'm going to upgrade this airbase here to maximum in Bryansk. Okay, those two supply hubs are done. That's good. We're going to get Dispersed V, which is great. And now we're just going to research Dispersed 6. 1945. Okay, another line of the railway is done. So we're going to build it to here now. So now this is a level 5 railway. Level 5 railways give you 60 supply from it as well, if you didn't know. That's why we're doing it. As soon as this radar tech is done, we're going to increase the level of these radars to level 2, and then we're going to research radar 3. Alright, then we're gonna do a level 5 railway from here straight to this one here. And yeah. Right, now we're going to check our planes out again, and we're gonna deploy 1,600 more fighters on Chernigov, and we're gonna deploy 1,000 up here. And also train these ones. Cohesion first. Now we're going to research Rehabilitated Military. Does this give army XP? No. Right, now we're gonna reset. Now we're gonna apply our anti-tank. And in fact, we'll wait till we can apply the anti-tank and the support equipment in that first. Okay. This railway is done. So now what we're going to do is we're going to branch off from this level 5 railway. And we're going to branch it off. We're going to branch it off about here. You don't want to branch it off too far up in case you lose it, you see, and it breaks. And we're going to get this one to level 5, then this, and then have another one kind of going like that. And do the same down here as well. So we've got until about... We haven't got too long to do this, so... I still need to apply... I still need what? I still need to put on... I need 24 XP for that. I need... 24 XP for that, and then I would need... well, about 24 XP, 32 XP for this one as well. Probably, in fact, I'd need 40 XP for that. So I need quite a bit of military XP still. Okay, Kiev, we're going to increase these Irwings by another 400 and train them. Okay, we still have access to this, that's good. Right, we're going to see, we're actually producing this now down here, so we're going to make this max level airbase as well on Kharkov. In fact, we can do 2 of those. Yeah, let's put a... In fact, we're going to need more railway. Yeah, so I'm going to increase this one as well. I basically want all my construction lines to be doing air bases and railways at this point. These guys, forgot to do them. They will train up normally. Logistics 2, that's good. Now we're going to research Engineer 4 because we're going to get the attack and defense on the river and the entrenchment, and we're going to need that the quickest. We actually only need it a couple of months away. I'm not putting on artillery and air support, anti-air and all that onto my divisions yet because I don't want to train them. I don't want to keep training them, wasting the actual material pieces themselves. So now we gotta spread out our railway artillery. We've almost got 1 per tile, which is good. Okay, we're positive on all these. Okay, now we can start training up some more tank divisions. We'll do that. Got Mech 2, that's fine. And then we will research this for supply range. Kirov, what we're going to do now is we're going to do cutting corners and get a 10% cost reduction. And we will apply it to the tanks. It is worth it at this point to spend the XP to do that because we're now getting like 3 more a day. Which is great. There. And we make these guys this. And let's just fully train these guys now as well. Okay, so our railways are pretty much almost done. Now we will need to do this and do that. So then that's level 5, and then we will need to build down to here, like that, so we can get them. Get that level 5. We'll break off probably about here down to here as well. You just gotta think like further back. 8.5 million manpower, and these are all the armies we've got deployed, and we're only on limited. We can literally double this with extensive. Okay, we have our tank divisions out, and we're going to give them. We're gonna give Ivan Konov. Ivan Konov. We're going to strat deploy them away off of snow tiles, and we're going to have them deploy the rest at there. And now what we're going to do is we're just going to train these guys up normally as well. Okay, this will give us Army XP 50, so this can finish off our large divisions for the back. If we can get this and this before the Germans declare war against the player, that would be fantastic. At that point, you'd actually be ahead of schedule. But I feel like the AI is going to declare war once we're about halfway through this. So we will go ahead and do that. Rehabilitated military. Okay, now we can't gain any more XP, so we need to stop training from our divisions. These guys can stop training. And these guys, which ones are... Yeah, we're going to stop them training as well, just because we actually want them to, you know... We want to gain XP from them. Okay, so for this, what we're going to do now is we're going to put on our anti-tank, our support, anti-air, and then we're going to do our signal company so we can get our initiative up. And the reason why we're going to do that is because we want the initiative will boost your guys' reinforcement rates to get into battle. So let's check how much we have. So this will cost us 8,160 support equipment. We have 51,000. It will cost us 10,000 anti-tank. We have 38,000. And it will cost us 81,000 anti-air, and we have 41k. It will cost us 4,000 more trucks to fill the division, and it will we have 22,000. It won't cost us any fuel usage, so that's good. So now we upgrade all those, and now all our divisions have a lot of extra stuff in it. We still have big stockpiles. That's absolutely amazing. We can change the guns over. We have a massive stockpile of guns. Yeah, 230,000 guns. We have radar 3 now. We're going to research radar 4. We can also improve the radio on the tank, so we're going to go ahead and do that as well. So KV1, and we need to trade for more tungsten. Now we need to get that level 5, and then we need to get now we need a level 5 one going like this. In fact, no, let's not do level 5 here. Let's do a level 5 going here, and then we'll make this level 5 as well, and then this. And then we'll increase these to level 3 radars. We'll put another one over Moscow. That goes there, that goes there. And we will... leave that as that. We will make this will make it level 5 up here. And then also these two level 5, so it can kind of go like that. And that can go down like this. Let's go ahead and check. We will accomplish a high yield again, so we can get some more factories out. Producing stuff. Okay, we're actually about to be filled on them, so we'll go ahead and queue up another 4, or 6 even. Just realized. So we can kind of power through these now, actually, and get a intel advantage on Germany. With the cryptography. We're not going to change over the armored car because the mech, because we kind of need the efficiency at the moment. We will swap it over once we can. We'll swap it over once we're secure on it, and then also once we can spend some XP to reduce the production cost of the old one to get more of them, to compensate for the lack of production efficiency. And then we'll increase this to level 5, do this 5, that 5, and then kind of go down like that. In fact, we'll do that now since this radar's almost done. And we'll do this one because the radar's almost done and the previous rail was. We'll deploy another 2,000 fighters here. We'll move 1,000 there. We'll move 1,000 there. And we will deploy another 1,000 here. And then we will increase this to 2,000. And then we shall do the same here. Okay. Germany is going to start declaring war on us. Formation fighting. We will do recovery rate. Alexander Zaletsky, or whatever his name is. So our divisions can actually recover faster. We're basically just going to be an organization wall until the Germans get here. So our infantry division is done. Our main infantry division is done. Our reserves, we should get the entrenchment in there first. Or actually, no, our tanks. And then we need to start decrypting the Germans. So it'll take 3,000 days, but it'll go down drastically once we start getting these. Right, our reserve guys, we might as well sign a general here while we're waiting. So we'll go with him. We'll go with him. And we will go with him, because he's an infantry leader. These guys, they're not going to have a field marshal. Infantry, him, and then these guys can have him. Right, we'll train them normally. So, yeah, we'll just train them normally. They're fine like that. And what we will do is they can go there. Military organization is done. Got 50. Okay, so now we can. Perfect. Tanks. We will do field hospitals, logistics company, and signal company, and that's our tank divisions done. And then for our reserve divisions, we will add on 2 more infantry, and we will add on engineer companies, anti-air, and then we'll add on anti-tank when we can. Okay, now we'll need to shift train all of these guys again. Check out our industry, that's all done. We're gonna go ahead and put another 2,000 airplane airbase in case they heavily decide to focus on the airfield. Then we can put 4,000 planes in. Just thinking now, what else can we even do? Make this level 5, so when we lose this, this can be 60. Yeah, I mean, doing pretty well at this point. Next, it is just going to be a simple case of scaling the war now. With, oh, we can build some infrastructure down here. We can build those after this, so that we can get our oil up. Are there any more oils that we can do? Or any resource that'll matter? Sochi, extra tungsten, yeah, we'll do that. Ufa, yeah, we'll do that for 9 oil. Okay, now we're going to do smaller level railways now. So these are just level 1 railways. And the reason why we're doing these ones is so that we can have quick access to strat deploy all over the place. So like if they push through and our divisions instead of needing to run all the way through these tiles, getting attacked constantly with enemy air superiority, it takes them ages and they get overrun, they can just fall back a couple lines and then get to the next one. Do some like connective rails here. Like that. And then these guys can kind of do this. Bring... No, that's fine. Sorry. Those rails should go by pretty quick. We're gonna get flamethrower, and now we're pretty much ready to. We are ready for whatever the Germans throw at us. Level 8. There's only one more doctrine we need to get, which is a pretty nice one, but we will get that pretty quick once they start attacking. Anti-tank goes on there. And if we look at our stockpiles, we've got tens of thousands of it all, so we're fucking good to go. We are so ready. What are we even leveling up this airbase? Yeah. Let's drag this airbase up to the top because and the radar. Yeah. We'll put our tank guy. We will promote Zhukov. Yeah, we'll manually promote Zhukov, and we will make him an offense. That, and we'll make him a winter expert as well. Yeah, so we'll make Zhukov the field marshal, just so that we can level up the field marshal. Now we need to do this radar. We can update the tank one more time. No, we can't actually. We can upgrade the radar though. Boom. Germans should declare war on us around about the time this finishes. And our next tech is going to be winter clothing. Nice. And we're pretty much ready for war now. So what can we even do? Could do that, but that would take 75 days. Okay, yeah, we'll tell you what, we'll do this. We will do merge tank and material plants, and then what we will do is for our artillery designer, we will increase the cap on the artillery designer because we have 3 separate lines of production, so that's 30% extra cap in total. We'll make this the production output times 10, and then we will make the we'll also make the artillery the production output minus 10 as well. Tanks in Kirov, we will do production output, soft attack, and max speed. And for the airplanes, we will do, for the fighters, we will do agility, production output cost, and that. And then eventually we will make TAC bombers for CAS, and we'll do them later. Yeah. Okay, and we do small arms free. 942. And we do this. Days, shaved off 2,000 days. Alright, we are August 1941. And we've just gotten this engineered free. Not even at war yet. Okay, now we are at war. So, that is, right there, how you would do a Soviet. At this point, I would research fuel refining, improved rubber plant, excavation. I would start researching these, or whichever one of these. I'll start researching this, these, continue researching these, here, research the next one of that. I'd keep researching these as well, and in fact, yeah, I would probably research field hospitals there. Now, when they go to war, whoa, don't click that. What you want to do is you want to click this on as many of the earlier states as you possibly can, and that is to blow up the railways. Now, I should mention this, right, that when they are pushing towards you, they are going to take over military factories that you currently have in your arsenal that is assigned to stuff, right? Like these. So what you should do is you should build, you should put guns down at the bottom and the railway gun, so that you lose those factories first, because you only need a couple for to do the line, you see, and then you can just keep on building the rest. You'd fill up, keep expanding your militaries. You want to get 40 on fighters, maybe even 60. Then get 50 on tanks. Then get 20 on mech. Maybe go 16, 18 on all your support equipment, and go up to like 40 on guns. Then you want to start making CAS or getting it donated to you. So yeah, I mean, there's quite a lot that you can do at this point in time. The line as it stands right now. Okay, so here's the idea of it, right? When you do a fallback line, the AI is going to overstack some areas like this with the cities, like 17 here, but only 5 behind it. That's not good. So what you want to do is you want to undo the lines like this. Alright? And you will let your... I mean, you can put some divisions away, like this, for example, and kind of move them a bit back. So they're not overstacking. By the time they get there, basically, you want to wait till the Germans have filled up the line on the river. I'll wait till they get here in real time to show you, and then you just want to assign an actual army front line to it, so they'll disperse better. Because you have to understand as well, what will happen is, if you make a front fallback line, and then, let's say these 3 lose, they'll just keep coming back, even if there's like 20 divisions and they can't win. And they have no chance of winning. So, it's important to just make sure of that. I'm just going to quickly shift train them to make sure they're all done. Yeah, every army basically has a railway gun. The reserve armies, these guys are just going to sit behind and be a wall for when the German, in case the Germans break through. You can also use them as a reserves to go fight like big incursions. Yeah, you put up your aircraft actually. Let's do that. So what it would look like is what, 4,000 planes on Belarus. We'd have... We can deploy another 400 here. And we can have another 1,600 here. And then if we really need to, we can deploy another, you know, 2,000 over here. And then we have all these planes over here to just kind of do whatever we want. We can put them in further back ones and just fight. Look at that. We've got, so all in all, we've got, by September 1940, we have 12,000 planes deployed with like 2,000 more in the reserves. And we're producing 31 a day. 31 a day. And we still have 7% more production efficiency cap to go through, which will get us even more per day. Put on another 20 factories, that's insane. What's even more insane? Let's get on another 5% cap as well. So that goes up to 125. That's insane. And then even more insane, because you can't get any more, right? If we go down to here, we get 5%. It's 5% cheaper to make them. Like, it is just so many planes. It's unreal. Once this is done, I then research desperate measures. In fact, I'm gonna let it play out a little bit. So you're kind of like what I would do. These trains, they'll kind of automatically move, but if they do go, then it's whatever. Now at this point, you would have the US or the UK. You would have them lend lease you. Send you whatever amount of planes that you need, any amount, all the fucking yeah, all the planes you need. You'd have them send all of the yeah, all the planes you need, all the guns, any like tanks that you're making. We're gonna rack up so much XP so quick once they start attacking these divisions. These tanks, they're pretty much trained, so they're gonna stop as well. We're gonna get 12 more heavy tanks too with tier 3 guns. What we can do with regards to trade is we can, you see, we're trading from the US through here, you see, and then we're getting sunk convoys. We can just block that off, and this trade route will then go... Where's it gonna go? Where's it gonna go? I don't even know where it's coming from. Okay, well I don't know where it's coming from, but we're getting the trade somehow. Yeah, so I think it would either come up here through there, or it would come through this way and go that way. Which it most likely is. Exporting. Oh, here it is. Import from British Malaya. Where's the US found it? Naval route efficiency. Okay, it's not showing me because it's coming from up here now. Yeah, so now we can kind of block off these areas. And it can kind of go up there. But we could even just block this and it would have to go through over here. So our tungsten would pretty much be secure then. Oh no, it's going through here now. So yeah, then we block off this. Do desperate measures. And here. And now our... Okay, so now our steel has... Now our tungsten's going down here through to here, which is not too bad. But we're gonna go do this. Will it now go to like Iran or something? Where's it gonna go? Zero raid trader efficiency. Do we have any naval bases over here? No. Okay. So, actually, yeah, we do. Ah. Okay. So we've got a naval route, but it's not connected to rail. So now we're just gonna go and do this, and that should get built pretty much straight away. And if you see our fuel, yeah, it's not good, is it? Did we build up the infrastructure down here? No, we're still doing it. Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and do that first, actually. So we need that oil. When you research these and these, you will unlock more slots for the agitprop. So we could do this one actually, more fuel, more oil for the motherland. But we definitely would need to do more fuel refining. Realistically, we probably should have gotten another one or two done while instead of researching more of this. Right, let's just check our tungsten real quick. Do we have a railway? Should do, right? Okay, so they're the ones blocking access apparently to some sea zones. Okay, yeah. So that might be because it goes through the Sea of Japan. So what if we built it up here and then built a railroad going up there? So up there, 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 there. We need to do... Right, we need to let the oil things finish first, so I'm going to put them to the top, and in the meantime I'm going to unblock this so we can get the tungsten coming in, so we can actually keep making tanks and artillery in it. Now if we look at our line, pretty much filled up. So this guy, he's already been fighting them, which is good. So we would then right click, drag a front line on this tile here. Alright, so our guys will kind of go around. I'm going to do fuel refining. These guys down here will also do the same thing. And we would do a front line so we can get some planning bonus. I'm going to wait till they take this tile as well before we do it for this one. We need to build a quick railway up here as well, just so they can... In fact, we can do it like this. War bonds, so we can get some more things built. Army spirits. Right, we're not going to do the army spirits yet. We will need to get this first for this recovery rate. We need that actually to hold on the wall like as effectively as we can. We have 1,000 air bases there, so let's go ahead and now we can get some CAS in. Yeah, so we have lots of shit CAS, which we can throw on these little bougie little air bases to kind of pummel them. These are the ones from the Spanish Civil War. We could have also set this up during our during the years that we were waiting. So now we can sort of do 600 here as well. They have very small range, so they're not going to go fight too far. Like that. Yeah, so we can do this, and we can secure ourselves with some early CAS. We do this. Now we would either do this here. I'm actually gonna do. You know what? Yeah. We'll do an adapt. No, that's like 70 days. We'll do positive heroism. And we will also do this as well, so we can get some more oil quickly. Now, although we are going to be suffering on oil for the time being, it's worth mentioning though that so are the fucking Germans. So, winter clothing. No, we will do advanced camouflage to reduce against CAS. We can also get some more oil from different places as well. Like down here is 12. That'll give us 4, 31. Okay, that'll give us 6 if we max it out. This will give us 4. This will give us 4. This will give us 8. Okay, yeah. So we'll build up 8 up here. You can always put your planes on interception rather than air superiority, so you don't have to actually spread your tanks out as well. So that when they do breach, you can get into the quicker. Have them behind the tiles. Why are they not pushing up to this tile, man? Just take it so I can make a front line. Okay, Doctrine, boom. Now our infantry recovery rate is insane. Getting 6 more tanks out. We can even start training more tanks if we wanted. In fact, we will. We'll train another 6. We could even start training some more infantry as well. Get another 2 full armies of these, maybe. What we're gonna do here is, yeah, so you can do this extra factory output, soldier division organization and supply grades. That's really good. Victory at hand, division speed. Yeah, so we're gonna do this one here, so we can reduce our fuel consumption. Whoa, almost like a different one. Boom. That should shave off some days now. Guys, some more time. We'll get the hospitals because it's going to apply for our tanks at the moment. And then when we can get bayonet strength, so our infantry gain more XP from combat. Or this, for example, encirclement penalty. And we could do operational reserves for an extra 10% HP or flexible organization. Yeah, so I'll just let it run for a little bit. Once we get our encryption up, we will be able to break the German cipher. We're going to build... Then also what we can do is we can put spies in these areas here. So that we can actually keep that there. Well, we can build up intel in this area here so that we can actually so that we can reduce the planning bonuses and stuff. I'm gonna change to the Germans so they go into this tile because it's what they're supposed to do realistically. Turn off AI so they don't just fucking stop. And yeah, I mean, we've got a ridiculous amount of divisions. Right, there we go. AI's back on. Now we can actually do a front line here with these guys. Boom, like that, and then we can do another like that. We have another spy slot, so we can put him up here, extend this radius. There we go, so this whole area now has less intel. We'll do improved rubber plant so that we can get more rubber from our refineries without having to trade it. I mean, we've only been at war for like 2-3 months. Well, 2 months. Calling our allies. How's the air war going? We are dominating still. We basically have full air wings. Nice. Alright, no one's even fighting over here, so we'll put them at interception. Just hold them off. Same thing over here. We don't really need to have our planes constantly flying around trying to gain air superiority when they're already dead. Realistically though, a player would still be fighting at this point, but you can put them on interception for now for these little periods so you can let your fuel build up a bit. Yeah, the Finnish. Now, a Finnish player might actually be a bit of a trouble here, but you could always take off one of the reserve armies and put them up here as well, and maybe train some more. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. You'd do positive heroism. You'd get this guy for the tank division attack and defense. You would then do adaptable army, or mass tank production, mass firearms production. Invest in engineering. You could also do Commissol and the militarized schools. These will give you a lot of... this one gives you Sweep the Scum Out, which is a very good one. Once that's done, you'd start going down and doing these. You could do this if you're really struggling. Try doing this. If you get to the, you can also try and get down to do this as well. If you want to build rocket artillery for like 1943. Or try and do these. These are definitely good ones to go. Air consumption minus 5% and range and more agility, which is good. 2 more mills, which is good. 5% cheaper planes, which is good. And then also ground support plus 10%. I mean, at this point, you can pretty much make small scale CAS as well. You've got the heavy bombs for it. Heavy bombs. Yeah, so you've got the CAS, you won't have a designer for it though. Or you can research the medium one, the medium airframe here, and try and just make it like a attack bomber, which is what this designer is, which will give you quite a bit of shit. So yeah, I mean, you're pretty much going to be outproducing the Germans like crazy on stuff as long as you can keep this stuff. Yeah, I mean, you just build back your mills that you've lost, which isn't really that many. 35 fighters a day. I think Germany with the same amount of factories would probably get 19 at maximum. And there we go, we've got 18 heavy tank divisions, all 35 with a tier 3 anti-tank gun. If we have a look at our stats, our heart attack is insane, our piercing is insane. These would shred in mediums. We could bump this up as well. Once we get the XP, or the time, sorry, we can research these, like these two here, and bump up the armor and engine a bit more. By like 1940, I mean, we can start researching one of these, and then just switch over to the advanced chassis because we're on Dispersed. We'll be able to do that. and we should be able to do that by 1943 then, and get those out in the field. So yeah, I mean that's pretty much the Soviets, and you're getting lent. Now think about, I've got an insane setup right now, but think about this. Imagine I get lend-leased several thousand fighters, or CAS, and anti-tank, and all this other stuff from other countries, and guns. And imagine I am also getting Civ boosted like crazy by the US, buying like 15, 16 Civs worth of chromium like I do. I'd be in such a much better position, it's insane. So, yeah, Soviet Union, super fucking strong. And that's that.